outside part of my nostril.
Get your finger out of your nose. It's 7:45. Shoot.
All right. We are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our 2025 draft live stream. We are super excited about this. Yeah, the draft is getting set up. They're getting ready. Looks like they've got the color guard out, presenting the colors. Looks like they're setting up for the national anthem. So we are going to get started very, very soon. Thanks again for being here. We're so excited to be doing this. I think Ben and I are going to start out by going through our mock drafts. We finished up our final mock drafts after doing tons and tons and tons, revising and changing, trying to figure out who's going to be picking what players. So Ben, start us off. Number 1, the Tennessee Titans are picking first. Who do you have them drafting?
Yeah, for me, I think it's a pretty much a no-brainer, and it has been for 2, 3, 4 months at this point. And that is Cam Ward, Miami. Typically, I wouldn't take a quarterback of his development at number 1. I talked about it in our quarterback episode where he has time to go. He needs to develop, but it's a situation of Tennessee absolutely needs a quarterback, and Cam has a much higher ceiling than any other quarterback in this class. And I think he also fits in the offense that Tennessee runs a whole lot better. So I'm pretty happy with this overall. So I do have Cam Ward at number 1. I would be surprised if anybody has not Cam Ward at number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. As a Titans fan, got my hat on, I've got my shirt on, I've got my McNair jersey right here, got my big mug full of coffee. I am very excited about tonight. It has been a long, long time since I think I've been this excited about a draft, and that's probably just because there's very little uncertainty. Cam Ward is the pick, and fingers crossed that he's the guy. We finally, hopefully, have protection for him. The Titans did just sign wide receiver Tyler Lockett earlier today. I don't expect him to have a huge impact on the team as a whole. But, another weapon, another guy with just veteran experience to come in and help, hopefully, Cam Ward develop and be able to move along. So I'm so excited about that pick. Obviously, he had a great season at Miami, set school records, was in the running for the Heisman. So hopefully he can come in and turn the franchise around and make up for the lack of offensive production that the Titans seem to have been struggling with for a couple years now.
Yeah, Tyler Lockett feels like another attempt at Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd was familiar with the scheme that Brian Callahan ran in Tennessee, but it clearly just didn't work out. And I mean, arguably that's because Levis, not because Tyler Boyd. But I think that Boyd was definitely asking for a little too much money at this point. Lockett was a little bit of a bargain. I mean, he's not the cheapest ever, but he's pretty cheap, all things considered. He is a very experienced receiver, which gives Cam Ward a really great opportunity to learn from somebody like that. It allows Tyler Lockett to kind of coach him through, hey, this is what we look for in this kind of route. Hey, this is, I'm looking for the ball at this point in time. And that's a really valuable thing for a young QB, especially a young QB like Cam, where he's got a crazy arm, but not much control on it sometimes, where he's just kind of launching them. So Tyler Lockett's really going to help him out with that, I think.
Yeah. That being said, I do still think that wide receiver room needs a little bit more help. You really don't want your top 3 receivers to be Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, and Treylon Burks. With his 1 total receiving touchdown, 2 total touchdowns if you count the Derrick Henry fumble against, I believe, the Bengals. So it's possible that they'll address that early. I've seen some talk that they might try to trade up from the 2nd round into the late 1st to try to get somebody like Emeka Egbuka, which I would be a really big fan of. I think he's great. I would love to see him play out of the slot for the Titans. And I think that would be a really solid addition. I've also seen some talk about Luther Burden if he falls far enough for the Titans to be able to trade up and get him. But I think that wide receiver room definitely still needs a little bit of work.
Frankly, I feel like Tennessee doesn't really need to trade up for him. I think they're picking early enough in the 2nd, as in 1st, in the second. Like, I mean, they have their choice of that second tier of receivers. Sure, you're not going to get Ted McMillan, you're not going to get Emeka Ibuka, but you'll get Jaden Higgins, or you'll get Jack Beck, or Jalen Royals. I mean, they're all very good receivers and have the ability to become great receivers in the NFL as well. And so I don't see a reason to go and spend your draft capital on something that you can get in the second.
Yeah, they do have the 35th pick. They are third in the second round. They're not first up.
Yeah.
Um,
I yeah,
but
so what do you got at number 2?
yeah, number 2, the Cleveland Browns are picking second. I have them taking cornerback / wide receiver Travis Hunter. I did see a post on X just a little bit ago. They've prepared 2 draft cards for him, one that says DB and one that says receiver. We'll see how that goes. He did say he really wanted them to announce him as both. So they
I
might have
want
to
them to
whip up a
announce it as
third.
both.
They might have to whip up a third card real fast. We'll see. It might depend on what team drafts him and what their plan is. And who knows? Maybe Goodell will call his name and he'll say both. It'll be interesting to see. But I definitely have the Browns, as long as they stay at 2. I've got them taking Travis Hunter. I don't think that they're willing to pick a quarterback that high. I just don't think that they are really all in on Shador. So it's possible that they try to get him later in the draft if he's still around, or another quarterback later. And I could see Abdul Carter. I know we've talked about that quite a bit as well. I could see Abdul Carter being the pick there as well. But with Myles Garrett and on the big new contract, I think they're going to stick with Hunter, and they're going to try to bolster both sides of the team at the same time. Who did you have the Browns going for?
Yeah, I also agree with you. Abdul Carter is, an incredibly good rusher, but I see it as, Cleveland, they just locked up Myles Garrett for a couple of years. They don't really necessarily want to spend more draft capital on that when they have other needs. Obviously, I would argue that QB is their biggest need, but I agree with you. Shador is not a second overall prospect. And I've heard a lot about how excited they are over Jalen Milroe. Andrew Berry has spoken very highly on him. So frankly, my theory right now is, they'll take Travis Hunter at 2. Great corner, very good receiver. Probably start him at a kind of a gadget position, and then trade back into the bottom of the first for Jalen Milroe. I could see them going for another QB, but I just, off of what they've talked about throughout this draft process, I really think Milroe is the move there. I think he'll fit well in Stefanski's offense, and he also has the time to potentially sit and develop if they want to, because they've also got Joe Flacco, who, at however old he is now, proved that he's still plenty good in the NFL, and he can be a solid starter, especially in Cleveland's offense. So if Flacco starts and Milroe sits, it's still a good situation for them.
Yeah, I want to say Joe Flacco. Yeah, he is 40 years old. He turned 40 in January.
Makes him what, the
But yeah,
second oldest player in the NFL behind Rodgers?
I think so. But yeah, I think honestly, start Flacco. If I were the Browns, I think I would kind of lean that direction, unless Deshaun, miraculously pulls himself together, heals up, and remembers how to
I
play
think he's
football. But
ruled out.
I'm pretty sure at this point that's actual miracle level. So yeah, I think
I don't think Cleveland wants to play him anymore. I think they're done. They're going to let him sit on their roster because he's too expensive to cut, and he's nobody's going to want him. But I don't think they're going to play him again. Similar
not
situation
to
as Houston a couple of years ago, where they just sat him.
not to comment too much on the state of their front office, but what a waste of money. Goodness gracious.
Well, I will say ownership took full responsibility for it just about a month ago. They were like, "Yeah, we did that, and that was an oopsie on our part." So good on them for at least taking responsibility, because a lot of ownership doesn't. But also not good on them for trading for him in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. Alrighty. Next up on the list is the New York Giants. Assuming that they stay in their position as well, I know both of those teams, the Browns and the Giants, have been fielding calls, talking about trades. But assuming that they stay in that position, who do you think they're going to draft?
I think that there's only one good decision here. There's a lot of positions that New York could go. in a situation of, they've got a lot of deficiencies, and that was proven last year. They also could definitely, I could see them going quarterback, but again, are the quarterbacks on the board worth a top 5 pick? And I don't think so. I don't think they're worth a top 10. So I frankly think that you just go best player available here. It's going to be a game changer for New York anyway. So I go Abdul Carter. Whether that's enough to save front office and coaching staff's jobs, I don't know. But I think that that's where they go.
Yeah, I agree. I've got them drafting Abdul Carter. You say it's the only good choice. Take a look at New York. When was the last time that they, always made? When do they make the best choices?
Saquon.
I don't know.
Sorry.
You mean letting him walk to a division rival to win a Super Bowl? Is that the good decision you're referring to?
Oh yeah. Oh, great decisions. I love Joe Shane.
Yeah, but I think that Abdul Carter, like I've said before, instant improvement to any team in the league. And on a team where you've already got Kayvon Thibodeau, he's not bad. He's pretty solid. I think it's a really, really good option. Abdul Carter is going to look absolutely incredible on any team, and I think he's going to help carry that defense a little bit, make up for some of the deficiencies in the secondary. Their secondary wasn't terrible either last season. It wasn't great, but I think you can kind of cover some of that up with a really good pass rush, and I think that's what Carter's going to help add if the Giants do draft him.
I can see a world in which they keep Thibodeau as well as Abdul Carter, but remember they do have Brian Burns, and Thibodeau's going into the final year of his contract, similar to, we were just talking about this with ETN, where it's a former first-round pick who he's been fine, but certainly not, what was it, 5th overall fine? You look for much better production from a player who was taken top 5, and Thibodeau just really hasn't lived up to that. It's not to say he's a bad player, but it might be a situation of, maybe a change of scenery would be best for him. So if they do take Carter at 3, I see a world in which they trade him off for Beans, 4th or 5th round pick, to a team that's going to take a 1-year rental. Maybe he's going to be able to flourish somewhere else, because the Giants just clearly weren't necessarily a good fit for him. And again, if they're going edge across from Brian Burns, why would you keep a former first rounder who you're paying almost $10 million, I think, in the 4th year of his first round contract? It's just too much money to justify a rotational pass rusher.
That's fair. I'm going to be honest. I forgot that Brian Burns was a Giant. I knew he wasn't a Panther anymore, but I completely forgot that he went to the Giants. Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a great
Giants
point.
were not a very relevant team last year, unfortunately.
That's true. Now, they did win more games than both of us projected, because we both had them winning 0 games.
Yeah, I think I was
did
like
win
in
a couple
the
more
range
than
of
that.
0 to 1 or 2, and they won 3. Congrats.
Now, okay, here's a fun propositional question for you. Let's assume the Giants won 0 games last season, or they won a couple, but the Titans and the Browns won a couple more, and the Giants have the 1st overall pick. Do they take Cam Ward, or do you think they still stick with Carter?
100% they take Cam. If they were 1st overall, Daniel Jones was cut before the end of the season. If they were 1st overall, there's no signing Russ. There's no signing Jameis. You've got Tommy DeVito, and you go draft Cam Ward. That is your move. And that is the theoretically job-saving move by Brian Daboll and Joe Shane.
Even 2 weeks before they signed Russ and Jameis, they had no quarterbacks on the roster. They had to re-sign DeVito too.
They had to tender DeVito, yeah.
Yeah, so interesting there, and maybe that would.
In my opinion, I mean, yes, Tennessee is 1st, Cleveland is 2nd. In my opinion, the Giants are the most talent deficient roster in the NFL. They are the worst roster by far. Doesn't matter that they're picking at 3. They are not a very good roster at all. And unfortunately, that could mean heads will roll at the end of this year, because they can't get their quarterback, right? So unless Russ has a career renaissance at 33, 34, we'll see what happens.
I really want them to start Jameis. I want Jameis Winston to start so badly. The Jameis Winston Malik Neighbors connection.
Fun to watch. He's just, he sucks sometimes, but he's just more fun. Like I like watching Jameis. Russ 6 years ago was fun. Russ now is like, okay, he can't run. He can't throw across the middle. So it's moonball or quick passes to the sideline, to the hashes. And it's predictable for the defense, first of all. And second, it's just not a fun, dynamic offense. I want to see Jameis. I agree.
Well, one of the big things with Russ is as we saw him get a little bit older in Seattle, who did not pour a whole lot of capital into their offensive line, we started to see him decline in stats. He wasn't as mobile, he wasn't as good passing, and we started to see a decline. Then he went to Pittsburgh, who hasn't had an O-line for years, and we saw pretty much the same thing, where Justin Fields thrived a little bit. I thought he looked really solid, honestly.
Well, it's because he could move.
He was mobile, he was able to move behind the line that wasn't protecting him well. On the other hand, then Russ starts, and the second half of the season looks not great. And now they're putting him in New York, where once again the O-line is not great. So I think we're going to see the same decline from Wilson that we've seen over the last few years.
It's the epitome of a desperation move. They know that they shouldn't have kept their jobs after last year. They're hanging on by a thread right now, and so they signed anybody and everybody they could to justify keeping their jobs because they knew Cam was going at 1, and I'm not sure they can justify taking Shador at 3.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, next up on the list, we have the New England Patriots picking at 4. Who do you have them mocked to draft?
Yeah, so we were going over this a little bit before, and we actually went 2 different directions. Both make sense, in my opinion. I chose Armand Membu, the offensive tackle out of Missouri. The big reason for that is I feel that the Patriots need a right tackle more than they need a left tackle right now. And Membu, while he played left tackle in college, is probably going to be more flexible and more applicable to both sides of the line, whereas Campbell is probably safer to keep at one side. Membu is also, in my opinion, just the safer bet. I love Campbell. Trust me, I really love him. I talked about it in our offensive line episode. But for me, Membu is the move just because I feel he is a safer option. It's Shador versus Cam kind of deal. Yeah, Cam has the potential to be a much better guy, but Shador is a safe guy where you throw him in an offense, he's probably going to do okay. It's the same thing for Membu for me. He's going to have his bumps and bruises, but for me, he's more likely to succeed early on than Will Campbell.
That's fair. I could definitely see it going either way. I do have them taking Will Campbell. They did just meet with him again yesterday or today. They're doing their late research. Seems like they're potentially trying to settle, maybe some disagreement in the front office on who to draft. But I think the late outreach to Will Campbell kind of points that direction more so than anything else. So I'm going to stick with Will Campbell going to the Patriots. Which brings us to number 5. And now there's been a lot of talk about this pick.
The pick of
today.
Contention.
Yeah.
So
much
the last
talk about
3
them.
hours has hypothetically had this pick changing hands 8 million times.
Yeah. I've seen the Bears want it. Oh, and the Broncos want it. Oh, and maybe the Saints will move up for it. But currently, the Jacksonville Jaguars...
Not to mention the conversation of Jacksonville possibly wanting to move up has been a conversation too.
Side note, Goodell just rode on stage on a bicycle.
That is a bicycle. That okay. I talked about him doing a Lambo leap later.
Oh shoot!
I would love to see Roger Goodell do a Lambo leap.
He's gonna have to do it before some of the picks because some of those bigger guys break his back every time when they pick him up in the air.
Him. Yeah, they hurt him.
I know J.C. Latham. He had to apologize to him later about picking him up.
Well, and that was right after his back surgery, too.
Yeah. Okay, so the Jacksonville Jaguars, though, hold the 5th overall pick. I have them picking defensive lineman Mason Graham from Michigan. I think, there's a lot of different directions Jacksonville could go. We've talked about this. Maybe they go Genty. Maybe they go offensive line. Maybe they go, anywhere because they need stuff all over the place. They're not as roster desperate as the Giants, but they're not good.
They're still pretty desperate.
Definitely still very desperate, but they're not the Giants level. But I think Mason Graham would be an instant impact on that defense. Give them a little bit more of a stop against the run. Hopefully, improve that pass rush that's been decent, but not great. and help the secondary that has also suffered quite a bit.
Yeah, I could see it. I definitely can. I think that some teams are going to wait on Mason Graham for various reasons. The biggest one just being that interior defensive line tends to be valued a little less. It just comes down to positional valuation. It's not to say that he is not a very good player. I believe that he is, but I think that a lot of teams are willing to wait on a defensive lineman. Ashton Genty is my pick at 5, and that comes down to the very simple reason of, as we said, Jacksonville needs anything and everything they can get. My top 3 prospects overall: Abdul Carter, Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, in that order. For me, Genty is best player available for a team that needs the best player. Yes, they have Travis Etienne, but I was just talking about that with Thibodeau. He's going into his 5th-year option year where they're paying him like 10.1 guaranteed. That's a lot of money for a running back who's hit 1,000 once, twice. I mean, he's just, again, he hasn't really lived up to that first round draft position. And so it's, do you want to keep him on for one more year when you're probably not going to re-sign him? It's a new regime, brand new general manager, brand new head coach. Everything's changing. Do you want to keep on a running back from the Urban Meyer year, right? I don't know if that's the move. And so Genty feels like a fresh start, just like Liam Cohen is. And I mean, again, he is the 3rd best player in this draft, and to get him at 5, in my opinion, is already a steal. So that's why I have them taking Genty. However, I also wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville moves out of that spot entirely.
Yeah, I mean, another one of my hesitations with Jacksonville taking Genty is if the Raiders felt like that was what was going to happen. I feel like they would try to trade up above Jacksonville at that point. And it's certainly possible that there's been
probably knows they're safe with tackle. They're going Membu
Yeah.
or Campbell. They probably know they can move down.
Right. As long as they pick above the Jets, I think they're fine. But if and it's possible behind the scenes, there's been some massive bidding war for 3 or 4 between Jacksonville and Las Vegas. If they're trying to make sure that they get their hands on Genty, that is who I ended up picking for the Raiders at 6 is Ashton Genty. I think that's a great fit for Pete Carroll. He really loves to run the ball, and there's nobody in this class better than Genty. And currently on their roster, they've got nobody running the ball. Absolutely nobody. Their running back room is dismal. So I just don't see them passing.
The rotting corpse of Raheem Mostert and Sincere McCormick, I think.
Is Zamir White still there too? I think Zamir White's still out there.
I think he is. I'm not sure if he's going to play, though.
Let's see. Running back. Raheem Mostert, Sincere McCormick, Zamir White.
Yep. And then a couple other guys, but they're definitely not going to play if they even make the roster. But yeah, Raheem Mostert being arguably the best running back on that roster is not a good sign at all. And
as a quick note,
the Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock. Here we are.
Let's go.
New general manager Mike Borgonzi. So surely, you just send the pick in 30 seconds, right? It can't take you that long. You know who you're taking.
No, they're going to take all 10 minutes, I think.
That's how the same thing that Chicago did last year. Is the NFL tells them, hey, you can't just submit it. You know who you're going to take, but you're not allowed to do that because that's lame, which is valid. I get it.
You got to build up the suspense a little bit.
Suspense for the player we all know is coming.
Right.
Anyway, at 6 for me, like I said, I already have Genty going at 5. So I think Las Vegas would like a running back, but I also see a situation in which they either just make do with what they have. I mean, Nick Chubb is still out there, and he wasn't bad post massive knee injury when he came back last year for Cleveland. There's a couple other free agent running backs out there. So for me, I think they don't take a reach. They don't try to, do something fancy or anything like that. And they take another just very good football player for a position that they need, and that is offensive tackle Will Campbell. I think that he has the very aggressive, hard-nosed kind of mindset that Pete Carroll wants. And Chip Kelly, too. They both just coach their guys very aggressively. They expect nothing less than the best. And so I think that Will Campbell fits great there because he's just gritty. He's going to put his head down and try and try and try. And we've seen it. The guy is built like a guard but plays tackle. I mean, if there's a player for the Raiders this year, it's Will Campbell. And the Raiders are coming this year to compete. They're not joking around. Taking a veteran quarterback like Geno Smith tells you all you need to know. He's 33. You don't take a 33-year-old guy and say, "Yeah, we're going to rebuild." That's unless you're the Giants. But you don't take a 33-year-old guy and rebuild usually. The Raiders are here to play. They're serious, and Will Campbell is a very serious player here.
Yeah, I've been a really big fan of what the Raiders have done so far. Now that being said, you've kind of put the Jets in a pickle here. The Jets are definitely targeting tackle. I think sitting at number 7. I have them taking Armand Membu, who you had the Patriots taking. But in your case, Campbell's gone and Membu's gone. So what do you have the Jets doing? What's their move here?
I see them doing one of two things. They either take another, best player available type of position, and that is tight end Tyler Warren. However,
Mhm.
I did not put that in my official draft. For me, I think that there is a bigger need at offensive line, especially because, your quarterback is Justin Fields, and Fields has shown flashes of being a good quarterback, but he was never protected throughout his entire career. The best protection he got was Pittsburgh, and that was last year, and he looked fine. He looked okay. And so they really want to protect him. They want to make sure that he has time to kind of survey the field. And for me, that means offensive tackle. Even if your tight ends aren't the greatest ever, you'll make it work. So for me, I took Kelvin Banks. It's a little bit of a reach, but I don't think it's enough of a reach that is a bad selection. I still think Kelvin Banks is a very good tackle. I wouldn't put him on the same level as Membu or Campbell, but I'm a really big fan of his agility, his ability to move, and with the offense that they're going to be running, it's essentially what the Lions ran last year. There's going to be a lot of lateral motion, quick movement, things like that, and gap zone running. So I think that Kelvin Banks is a great fit there.
Yeah, really quick. Looking over at the draft, Brian Callahan did just get off the phone with somebody, likely
Fedor.
Cam Ward. There's been this little it only started today. There's been this little twitch in the back of my head that's like, but what if they pick Abdul Carter instead? What if they do it? What if they
That's
roll with
horrible.
Levis for another season?
I don't think that.
If the Titans had a quarterback, Abdul Carter would absolutely be the pick. They need a pass rush so badly, but it just cannot be the pick right now.
Yeah, here's the deal. The edge rush class is not the deepest I've ever seen, but there's enough that you can make it work, later on in the draft. For me, the Tennessee Titans front office cannot take somebody other than Cam Ward and then look their fans in the eyes and say, "Yeah, we're going to compete this year." There is no justification for that. If they do not take Cam Ward and they say, "Yeah, we're going to roll with Will Levis," that's a joke. They're not trying to compete. They're not trying to win this year if they go and roll with Will Levis. So for me, the only valid pick is Cam Ward.
Yeah, I mean, they did just put a graphic up on the screen as well that said Harold Landry led the team in sacks, and the pick is in officially, by the way. Harold Landry led the team in sacks, and he is now a New England Patriot. So, I mean, they definitely still need edge rush. They need pass rush, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Now, I'm hoping it gets announced in a minute. I'm like I said, if it's Abdul Carter, I might have to just walk out. All right, everybody, happy live stream. I'm done.
Yeah.
That's
Oof. All right.
Watch us live react to one pick because that's not okay.
Yeah. Going back to the Jets really quickly while we're waiting for the announcement here. What do you think the chances are that if both those top 2 tackles, Campbell and Membu, are gone, what do you think the odds are that they trade down, try to grab a couple extra picks, and still be able to get Kelvin Banks, maybe a couple picks later?
To the Jets?
Mm-hmm.
I think if they try to trade down, Chicago might jump at a tackle. Chicago has a pretty good setup offensive line-wise. I mean, they locked up their entire interior offensive line. It's the best IOL they've had in literally years. And then at right tackle, you've got Darnell Wright. Left tackle, you have Braxton Jones. He's in the last year of his contract. He's never been an elite player. He's been a solid tackle at left tackle. And for me, it doesn't hurt if there is a player available who is worth the number 10 overall pick and is a tackle. I think Chicago would go for it. So if the Jets try to trade down, I think it would be too dangerous because Chicago might go for Banks. We're about to see, I believe, this
Yep.
selection from Roger Goodell.
He is at the podium. All right. With the first overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cam Ward. There it is.
All right.
It's official. Cam Ward is a
The
Tennessee
only move that
Titan.
made sense.
Yeah.
That is a good move right there. Yeah, I'm kind of relieved. I
Yeah.
wasn't expecting anything different, but there's still just this relief in me that there shouldn't be.
Thank goodness. All right.
That's good. That's good. That is probably the closest they are to a franchise quarterback and have been for double-digit years at this point. Tennessee has not
Yeah,
had a
I mean,
franchise quarterback for way too long.
the
This is a
closest we've
very
had,
good pick.
I honestly think, is Tannehill. I mean, he really was the best quarterback we've had in a decade or more.
He was good for 2 years, though. I would hardly call that a franchise QB.
I mean, he broke
Okay,
the
so
record.
we have our editors in the background keeping an eye on stuff, and we were just informed that Jacksonville just traded up to pick 2.
Holy crap.
What?
Oh my gosh.
That's insane. Okay, I have to
Okay.
think about
Wow.
this for 3 seconds now.
No, they're going Travis Hunter.
Yeah, and that's possibly one of the biggest draft heists I've ever seen. That's actually an
Oh
incredible
my
selection for them.
gosh.
And surely Jacksonville plays them both ways.
They
Okay,
have to.
yeah, you've got what's his name? He was the Green Bay linebackers coach, I want to say. He's the Jacksonville defensive coordinator now. He's going to be running Jeff Hafley's defense, which is a match cover 3 for the most part. I mean, Travis Hunter will fit in that. Don't ask him to press cover too much because he's little, but you can play him. You can play him at a deep third. That receiver that instantly makes him possibly the best receiver that they have. Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Here's
really quick. Yeah, the details are
got the second
yep.
pick, the 104th pick in the 4th round, and then the 200th in the 6th round. And Cleveland received the 5th overall, the 36th overall in the 2nd round, and 126th in the 4th. And they also received Jacksonville's 2026 first. Cleveland just cooked, actually. That's
actually massive.
That's a huge move for both of them, frankly. But honestly, that payoff for Cleveland, at least knee-jerk reaction, that's a lot. That's a lot of picks for them. They also 36. That's a Milrow pick right there.
Yeah,
That's
100%. Yeah, I think they're definitely going to get their guy
out a first-round pick next year.
Okay, so Jacksonville likely to go Travis Hunter. I think that's got to be the move.
I mean, yeah, they've got Trayvon Walker, so I mean, edge rush. Yes, Abdul Carter would be useful for them, but it's not the need. For me,
yeah, and he's not
Travis Hunter solves a lot of problems for you like that.
Okay, so then the other question then
Liam Cohen could do with a guy like him.
The other question then is, what are the Browns going to do at 5? Abdul Carter's likely off the board. Likely a tackle is off the board. Do the Browns go Genty and replace Nick Chubb?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I mean,
Nick Chubb is a free agent.
We were just talking the other day about they've got no running backs on the run. I think Jerome Ford and Pierre Strong are their running back room, and that's a joke. So Genty actually could be the move there, which is honestly for Cleveland as a fit, that could be better than Travis Hunter. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it. I like it. That's a good point to bring up. It could be Genty. Trying to think. I mean, in terms of moving out of Travis Hunter, I can't think of anything else that they like absolutely need yesterday.
I mean, I could see them
Um,
going tackle. Their offensive line was terrible. The pick is in, by the way, for Jacksonville. That did just flash up
if
there.
it's not Travis Hunter, I'm once again quitting. Walking out. It better be Travis Hunter.
Yeah, our editor Jack, I'm sure, is freaking out right now.
Yeah,
He is a
for the record,
Jacksonville Jaguars fan.
yeah, he reported the trade. Nothing was spelled correctly, I think, because he was just freaking out.
Yeah,
I would be too. It makes sense. So that's a huge move for Jacksonville. They're not gonna be, competitive tomorrow, but that's a big step in the right direction, and that's the exact kind of move that I expected from, um, gosh, his name escapes me. The new general manager there. He's a Los Angeles Rams guy. He comes from the ideals of, what, we're gonna be as aggressive as we need to get what we want. And not a lot of general managers are willing to do things like this. So I mean, kudos to him. His first ever draft, and he said, "Yeah, let me trade my life away to move up to 2." So good for him.
yeah, yeah. It's
I like.
we were talking right before hopping on and starting all this, and we said, we're really hoping for some unpredictable stuff, some exciting stuff. It makes our job here a lot easier and more exciting. And right out the gate, second pick gets traded away.
It's insane. Definitely put in the comments what you guys think about these picks. We'd love to hear you guys. We'll respond. I mean, if you're telling me they're gonna take, the Titans are gonna take Shador, I might not answer that one. But like, yeah, let us know what you think. I really want to hear it. I want to know what you guys are thinking about this, because I mean, I'm in shock. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell, but this is
Yeah,
kind of crazy. That's not what I expected. Jacksonville, all the talk, like I said, there was one or two things where it's like, oh, they might move up, but for the most part, they're going to move down. And here
here
they
comes
are,
Goodell,
3
and
spots up. Is that Eric Armstead?
is Derek Armstead, Walter Payton Man of the Year, coming out with him.
Yeah, that's Eric Armstead.
Nice. Wow, he
Jacksonville
makes
Jaguar.
Goodell look tiny.
He's 6'6", I think.
All
6'6" makes a lot of
right,
people look.
round 1, pick 2.
He's 6'7". So sorry.
Oh my gosh! Wow. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars are selecting any second now. Oh goodness, I can't believe they really traded up for this pick. Eric Armstead's announcing it. Okay.
That's good for him. I mean, yeah, like you said, Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Yeah. So he was
I don't have
introducing
my audio on, so I'm waiting for it to pop
Armstead.
up. I don't have my
Yeah, same.
audio. I'm just waiting.
Yep.
Those Jacksonville fans are happy,
Yeah, they're going crazy.
just like our buddy Jack.
I'm trying to read his lips right now. Come on. Come on.
With
Okay.
the
While
second
we're waiting,
pick
we'll
in the
keep an eye
NFL
on that.
draft, they select Josh Connerly Jr. Sorry.
Oh gosh. um he might be giving a speech right now. A little bit hard to tell.
It's okay. Like I said, I mean, we can speculate, but I think it's pretty clear what they want here. For me,
Yeah.
I don't see another move here. I mean, maybe they jump to take Genty, but that just feels silly.
Too much.
Uh,
That's too much. Especially
and we
when they
talked
had him at
about it.
5.
I don't know if you agree with me, but like
There it is.
it is Abdul Carter.
Travis Hunter
That's
is the official pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
freaking steal.
Wow.
Wow.
Dang. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. We had the correct pick at 2, We just had the wrong
Yeah,
team
nobody
picking.
expected Jacksonville to sell their souls for second overall.
Wow.
Wow. He's
All right.
happy.
Well,
I love his pink.
big moves right
Yeah,
out of the gate.
I mean, that puts them in a really good position. Him across from Brian Thomas. It's a wonderful 1-2 punch. On defense, I think, they've got the secondary to they can play him. I mean, but I think he's definitely going to be a rotational player on defense for Jacksonville. He's not going to be full time, at least to start,
Yeah.
just because of what they've got right now. I think they'll actually, I mean, they might play him over Darian Jones or Monteric Brown.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest. He might be the best player in their secondary right out of the gate. Jacksonville's secondary has not been incredible.
Tyson Campbell.
Yeah, if he's healthy, they were both
Right. I mean, yes.
not good at all last season.
Well, it's because they were broken. But if they're not broken, but you're also talking about a guy who's 6'1", 190. To be fair, you don't want him to be broken either.
That's true.
And that's my biggest concern about him. This was my favorite catch from the entire, all of the games I watched. Wonderful, incredible catch.
It is important to note that they did list him on the screen as cornerback / wide receiver. So they listed him as both.
That means Jacksonville called it in as both. And here's the deal with Travis Hunter. I mean, the reason that he makes such a good two-way player is he's just like Deion Sanders in the way that he has elite hands and elite speed. He might not be the best route runner. He might not be the best man coverage corner. He might not have the best zone, instincts, but he is the best with his hands in the entire class. I will argue that up and down and up and down. Best hands, and he's one of the fastest. Maybe he didn't run the fastest 40, but you talk straight line in-game speed, I'd put him, top 2 or 3 in the draft class this year. He is elite at those two things, and that is what makes him the second overall pick. He's not the most polished receiver. He's not the best cornerback, but he is just physically incredible. And so as long as he can, stay healthy and protect that, smaller stature of his, it's going to be a great pick for Jacksonville.
Yeah, for sure. I think it definitely helps your hands when you play receiver, though. You have to have good hands to be able to do that.
Yeah, they say cornerbacks are receivers that can't catch, but Travis Hunter's a cornerback who can catch. So,
it's true. Yeah.
I was thinking about this the other day. I legitimately think that Travis Hunter could be the first player to get double-digit interceptions and double-digit touchdowns in one season.
Wow. Interesting. I mean, it's possible. Oh my gosh. Okay, the New York Giants pick is in already. Holy cow.
Carter. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
There's no question. They're sure. Watch it be Shador.
Yeah. Mason Graham.
Jackson Dart.
Actually, the only alternative I could see here is a tackle. But that's just silly.
They've got big decks. There's no Mason Graham for them.
I would immediately fire everybody if they went for a tackle instead of Abdul Carter.
I mean, tackle's a need, but it's a bit.
It's a need, but
it's a bit of a silly move when Abdul Carter's there because yes, Will Campbell is good. Yes, Membu is good, but Abdul Carter is far and away the better player. And so if you're trying to save your job just off of, look, we drafted a player that is good, that's how you do it. You don't go take somebody who might be good, but you watch Abdul Carter go to, the Eagles, hypothetically. Obviously, they're at 32, but I'm just, the Saquon situation.
Yeah. Right. But, I mean, let's be honest, right?
Want to risk that.
If the Giants didn't, do you think the Panthers trade up for him? I think he would be an incredible addition for the Panthers. And if he was still available...
We got a couple of Panthers fans watching. I'm sure they just, got real excited at you saying that. It'd be too bad when the Giants take him. No, it'd be a great fit, honestly. Carolina with Abdul Carter, that's broken. That's unfair. But yeah, I mean that's a hefty price to pay, probably going 8-3. Again, and I expect that the Giants have Carter in the bag here. They seem pretty happy. I wouldn't be so happy if I was drafting Shador at 3. So surely this is Carter.
I wouldn't be so happy if I was, the Giants head coach, but it is what it is.
Yeah, he has to pretend. No, I look at it as you just got to go best player available and say, look, we did our best here. Like we're gonna try our best to keep the boat afloat on offense with Russ and or Jay. There you go,
Yep.
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter, New
That's
York
that's good.
Giant.
That's a good move. That makes them genuinely. I mean, with Shane Bowen calling plays, and Brian Burns on one side and Abdul Carter on the other, that makes them one of the most dangerous fronts in the entire NFL. Uh, Again, they've got big decks at three tech, gap shooting ability off the charts. Your wide nine edge rushing. That's actually a really scary front. And
Yeah,
Shane Bowen's a great play caller. If he plays his cards right, you put Okereke, McFadden in on design blitzes and stuff. Honestly, this defense, what obviously it still needs some work, especially in the secondary. But all things considered, just with that pick, it got a whole lot better. Tell us,
yeah,
you
and
were
like I
you were the
said,
one who talked about. Go ahead, go ahead.
Abdul Carter, right? That addition, across from Brian Burns and all that, that's going to cover up a lot of those secondary weaknesses. And that's something that Shane Bowen did a lot when he was still with Tennessee. The secondary was not good, but a lot of it got kind of covered up by the defensive front. He runs a lot of stunts. He's very, very good with that front four and the technique that they end up using to get to the quarterback. So I think Abdul Carter is just the perfect addition for Shane Bowen's defense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Bowen's defense is very multiple. It's very good at disguising, and I think Abdul Carter's flexibility to be able to play off the line, on the line, in the middle, outside. It's a really great position for them, and I think again they couldn't have done anything else here. Similar to Cam Ward, it's just maybe it's not necessarily the best player for your fits or whatever, but in my opinion, if best player available, it's gonna make the biggest impact on your roster tomorrow, right? Instead of having to wait for Shador to develop or whatever it is, or justify taking a quarterback of that level at 3. For me, Abdul Carter is the best player in the draft. So getting him any lower than 1 is a great, great pick. So,
Yeah,
job saving, we'll see. But at least they're happy now.
yeah, and honestly, I think that defense with that front now could be one of the better defenses in the league.
Yes, they
You
still
know,
need a lot of
they
work on that secondary, though. That secondary was
right they're
miserable last year, and they didn't really do a whole lot with it.
yeah, but they're starting to look like potentially they could be the inverse Bengals with a good to great defense and then just no offense whatsoever.
Yeah, there's a good chance there. They've got very little offensive line and Malik Neighbors. That's about it.
Yeah,
But yeah, that defensive line, like I said, they've got to shore up that secondary though. I mean, they signed Paulson Adebo from New Orleans, and I don't hate Adebo, but I feel like he's not a top tier corner. He's good, and he'll definitely do well in Bowen's defense. He's multiple. He's able to play from various positions. He's got good eyes, but I mean, him across from I think Deontay Banks, who is really played up for being who he is. I don't think he's the best corner out there at all. And so for me, that secondary is just not good. Tyler Nubin was good last year as a rookie. We don't know what we're going to see from him. That secondary worries me. And they were cutting good players from the secondary last year because they weren't taking pay cuts. It's a little worrisome in the secondary. So we'll have to
I
see what they do
personally
there.
like Adebo. I was actually pretty impressed with him on the Saints. I liked him a lot. He was one of the first guys I saw. Every time he would break up a pass, instead of doing the classic like incomplete, he would do the two thumbs down
So
at the
mean.
receiver or the opposing sideline. I thought that
Yeah.
was absolutely hilarious. And then Deontay Banks, I think, was okay. I think he can definitely improve. But their jobs are going to be so much easier now. Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, and Abdul Carter. Their jobs
Oh,
just became so much
it's
easier.
gonna make the secondary, it's gonna make them not have to cover for as long, which I mean, that'll make a bad cornerback look good. So there's that.
The Patriots pick is in by the way. So, all right,
That's
final
quick.
wait, it also did just go to commercial break, but are you still feeling they go Membu?
I do feel they go Membu. I think
All
he is
right,
a
I'm
valuable
sticking with
player.
Campbell. I am sticking with Campbell. We'll have to see. Jumping back down to where we were at in this lineup, though. So you had the Jets taking Kelvin Banks, a little bit of a reach, but it's a position of need. So that brings us up to pick number 8 with the Carolina Panthers, who I've talked about them a little bit. I'm such a big fan of what they're doing. I think they just need a couple key spots filled, and they will actually have a chance at winning the division. I firmly believe that.
Ooh, now with Tampa. Watch
I
yourself.
think there's a possibility. Tampa needs to
Sure.
figure out how to be consistent. I think Tampa still has the best shot. But, okay, you watched Tampa Bay last year. You watched how they pooped the bed in stupid games.
Baker is the greatest quarterback to ever live. I don't want to hear from you. I love Baker Mayfield. I'm kidding. I do love Baker Mayfield, but I see what you're saying. They were somewhat inconsistent, mostly on defense. That's the thing, though, is their offense was they lost, both their starting receivers for like 3 straight weeks, and they still were putting up 350, 400 passing yards.
Most of
It's
the
not an
time, yeah.
offensive issue. It's not an offensive issue. It's
Their
their
offense was
defense
not
was
consistent all the time
inconsistent.
either.
It was a whole
But
lot more consistent than the defense.
that I'll give you that. But I think if the Panthers can just fill in a couple spots, they need to shore up the defense. Record terrible defense last season. They allowed more points than any defense ever in NFL history. Granted, in more games than I think it was the Colts did years and years and years ago. I think they were still at 16 games then. But still not a good look for the Panthers. They've got to shore that up, and they have solid defensive players too, right? They've got Josie Jewell. They've got oh goodness, Jadeveon Clowney, who's older but he's still decently solid. They've got goodness, his name is just escaping me. The corner, he's phenomenal. What is wrong with me?
J.C. Horn.
J.C. Horn. Oh my gosh, they've
South
got J.C.
Carolina.
Horn. Yeah, like they've
Best
got
corner in the league.
pieces on the defense. They just need pass rush. And they need a little bit more help in the
They
secondary.
just signed somebody in the secondary too. They signed Morig, Trevon Morig.
Yes, that's true. And I'm really excited about that pick personally.
Well,
they did also lose Xavier Woods to the Titans, so there's a little bit of give and take. There's some shuffling going on.
Morig's an upgrade.
I agree.
No offense to your Titans fandom, but Morig's an upgrade.
I do like Woods quite a bit. He seems like a really solid player overall, but
Homer. I'm sorry. Panthers fans, anybody who's a Panthers fan, I know we've got a couple of them watching. Chime in. Let us know. Who do you think Carolina should take? I've got my opinion. I'm not sure it's a popular opinion. So if you want to go first so that I can avoid the Panthers' wrath.
All right. Well, I have the Panthers taking Georgia linebacker Jalen Walker.
That's exactly who I have. Okay.
Okay. All right. It's not my favorite pick. I think honestly, there's a good chance the Panthers trade down. I've seen quite a bit of talk saying that they could. It's hard to say. I think they probably want extra picks to try to fill in those gaps. They need probably one more receiver. They probably, like I said, they need some pass rush. Are they about to announce it?
How many picks does Carolina have?
The
oh my gosh, they have 9 picks. They don't have a deficit
some more.
of picks at all. They've got
Let's get some more in there.
A first, a second, a third, 2 fourths, 3 fifths, and a 7th.
Yeah, move some of those fourths and fifths up. Get those into the third.
Membu.
Oh, I was right. It's Will Campbell. Let's go. All right.
Move. Like I said, either one is a good fit for them. Pretty much anybody who is large and can block is good for New England right now because New England is miserable at pass rush. I mean, you stick some duct tape and used gum on the front line, and it'll probably be better than what they had last year. It was an abomination to the game of football. So Will Campbell, Armand Membu, I don't really care. Both of them are very good tackles. Will Campbell, do not call him a guard. Stop. Don't. He's not a guard. He plays tackle. And I mean, like I said, I think Membu's a great Vrabel player, but Vrabel's all about, putting your head down and working, just like I was talking about with the Raiders. And Vrabel is very physical, very, it's not about what you're doing now. It's about what you can do tomorrow. It's about what you can do to be better. And Will Campbell is the exemplification of that. He grew up wanting to play for LSU. And, he early in high school, he wasn't getting a lot of looks from colleges. And then he got an offer from LSU because he kept working and he kept trying, and he became one of the best tackles in all of college football last year. And all of that with his 32.5-inch arms or whatever it was.
Right.
He, against all odds, this man has continued to succeed. And so I'm not at all against him at 4. That's a wonderful pick. I think, he can slot in at either tackle. I think he's probably better at left for them. I think they've got an older veteran at left that can probably shift over to right
So
because they've got,
they just picked up Morgan Moses
and he's
to
at
play
right.
right.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, looking at their
You
current
put
projected,
Campbell at left. That puts him over Vidarian Lowe, which is good because Lowe was sad.
looking at their current projected offensive line, you've got from left to right Will Campbell, Cole Strange, Garrett Bradbury, Mike Onwenu, and then Morgan Moses. I think that's honestly super solid. If I had to guess at this point, their second round pick is likely going to a running back. If I had to guess, I'm thinking Hampton
They
or
just re-signed Ramondre, and Ramondre is great for them.
not last year. I think they have him and they have Antonio Gibson, both of whom were just not what they wanted last year. I think they're going to
I
want to be
blame the
looking to
O-line for
upgrade.
that. I blame the O-line for that.
I mean, sure, but if you have the opportunity to get Scatebo or Hampton,
Mm,
I feel like you got to
I don't
jump on
know.
that at that point.
I can see it. I can see it.
Or a receiver.
I was gonna say I would, if I was New England, I'd be tempted to take a receiver in the second. Because you're pretty bare there too. Stephon Diggs was a great signing, but he's coming off an ACL injury at 30 something. You can
Right.
never
We have no
guarantee that that's
idea.
gonna work.
Yeah, we have no idea
You
what he's
know,
going to look like going into this season.
or if it gets hurt again easily. When you're going on 30 in the NFL, you have to be worried about that. And so bringing in another receiver to just as a safety situation, if Diggs gets hurt, or like you can put him next to Diggs and you've got a tandem. Like, I think receiver's the move in the second round. All that being
Yeah.
said, I want to focus back on the first. Cleveland is back on the clock. Surely they don't trade out of
Yeah.
this one.
We'll
Now,
see.
are we still in the Genty boat with their 0 running backs on the roster?
The pick is in, so we're going to find out pretty soon here. I don't know. I'm really torn on what they're going to do. I think Genty is certainly an option. I think that kind of seals Nick Chubb's fate as no longer being a Cleveland Brown.
I'm afraid he's not going to get a roster spot.
Well, I was about to say, what if the Raiders try to go after Chubb?
Well, if Genty goes at 5, the Raiders probably go tackle.
Yeah.
So they do have a need at running back. They might be able to take Trevion Henderson in the second, though, and or trade into the bottom of the first to get Omarion Hampton. So, I mean, they could still get a drafted back.
That's true.
It really depends.
But
We'll have to see.
I think Nick Chubb would. I think he would fit Pete Carroll's style of running back pretty well.
Yeah. Chip Kelly's definitely gonna want a little bit more of a lateral mover, but Nick Chubb could be a good addition to. I mean, Raheem Mostert. I guess you've got 2 different types of backs there.
And we
I can
saw,
see it. I can see it.
Mostert can take a back seat. He definitely didn't look as good last year with, goodness, I don't remember his name now. Yeah, the other running back for the Dolphins.
Oh,
Well,
Jalen Warren. No, not Jalen Warren. That's the Pittsburgh kid.
Nope. Yep.
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
What's his name? He's really fast. That's all I remember. He's
Yeah, he's
insanely
ridiculous.
fast. Oh gosh.
I'm
See,
pulling up
for
the
those
depth
of you
chart.
watching live, for those of
Devon
you
Achane.
Achane.
Oh, there it is. Mason Graham.
Whoa.
Wow. So
I
what that
don't
means
hate
is
it.
once again, though, we have the right pick, wrong team. I'm 5 for 5 on picks so far.
Okay. You can go and I'll stay here and keep talking about this. I don't really
No,
care
you were
about.
wrong on one. You should leave.
All right. I'm fine with that. No, I'm just kidding. I don't hate it. Their front line is on the older side. Shelby Harris and Malik Collins. Um, so I mean, I can see, yeah, you put him in at 3 tech. It's Jim Schwartz. So I mean, yeah, he's expected to be a gap shooting defensive tackle, and that's what Graham does very good. He's on the smaller side, but he's got incredible hand usage. I mean, that puts him in a really good spot in Jim Schwartz's defense. Yeah, I'm not mad about it. It's just, yeah, it's not what I expected for sure.
Yeah,
I'm really curious what they're doing at running back and receiver now because they've got pretty much Jerry Judy at receiver and nobody at running back. What's your plan here? You got no
yeah.
quarterbacks,
I
you've got no
mean,
running backs, you've got no receivers. Like, I don't know.
they're just
I'm
gonna have
really
Miles
curious.
Garrett in Wildcat, and he'll play for him.
He's big enough.
Yeah,
Miles Garrett and Mason Graham is a pretty fun duo, actually. I like it, and I guess, yeah, you blitz your linebackers at times. JOK's, a great uh, zone blitzer at times, so I'm not mad about it. It's a good fit schematically. I'm just not sure it was the need for them.
yeah.
That's the
But it's
first.
such
That's
a
the first pick. We're 5 picks in, and that's the first one where I'm like, I I like it because it's a good fit for their defense, but I don't like it because it just they had bigger needs, many bigger
yeah.
needs.
But without trading back further, I don't know. Like that pick just does make the most sense. I think,
Genty,
other than Genty, I suppose.
and surely that
Oh,
makes Genty sixth overall with Las Vegas, right?
oh yeah,
Right?
he's a lock. He's a
Drop the
lock
slide
for the
here.
Raiders.
There's no way they let him go.
It's got to be Genty. Nothing else makes sense for the Raiders.
No,
Um,
I don't think so.
okay, so continuing to move down the list while we wait for the Raiders pick to come in, though, this does bring us to a very interesting team here in the top 10 with the Saints at number 9.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Carr might have to have shoulder surgery.
There's a
It's
good chance
unclear
he
at
does
this
not
point.
play in 2025.
There's a big, dark question mark shaped cloud hanging over New Orleans. What do they do with the 9th pick?
The New Orleans Saints pick at 9 is the exact same logic for me as the Tennessee Titans at 1. It's Is Cam Ward first overall talent right now? No. But he is the biggest need for Tennessee, and it's justifiable because there's no way you walk into 2025 with Will Levis. I see it the same with New Orleans. Derek Carr likely won't play. I'm not sure Kellen Moore wanted him to play, even still. Spencer Rattler, don't play Spencer Rattler. Don't. Uh, I mean, for me, yes, there are better players on the board, significantly better players. Is Shador ninth overall talent? No, but he is the best situation for them, in my opinion.
The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. I completely agree with you on the Saints. I think they have to go Shador just to kind of, give themselves that insurance policy in case Derek Carr doesn't play. Which could be a very real possibility.
Well, I
All
think
right.
if Shador's going to succeed anywhere, Kellen Moore's a great place for him to go.
Yeah. And, they're going to want a pocket passer. There it is. Ashton Genty, running back, Boise State. Excellent. Great pick. I
That is
love
a
the idea
wonderful
of
pick for
Geno
them.
Smith and Genty.
Yeah, no, that's a great situation for them. You're able to establish an incredibly dangerous running game with him. And again, that means you don't have to rely on Raheem Mostert and Sincere McCormick. And Me personally, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. Genty is a
Right.
massive upgrade over Mostert. Um, yeah, that's great for him. I mean, incredible speed, hits that second gear past the line, plays like a freaking bobblehead. You hit him and he just doesn't go down.
Yeah, that's so
I
true.
mean, for his size, he runs like he's trying to kill defenders. He doesn't look like he should run the way that he does. There's a reason that he had just as many yards after contact as he did before contact. This man is built different. I mean, if you're trying to justify taking a running back this high, similar to Saquon, this is the guy. This is the guy. This is your next Saquon Barkley, and I'll stand by that. He is an incredible running back. Uh,
The
Also,
the biggest
great in
difference between him and
pass catching.
Saquon, the biggest difference between Genty and Saquon is Genty doesn't get tackled on the one very often.
Well, and he didn't get drafted by the Giants, which is a plus.
Yes. Thank goodness.
Oh yeah, yeah. No,
Um,
I'm happy with that. That's a great pick. Awesome. Now
yeah,
we got
that's
what? Pick 7?
fantastic. Yep, pick 7 is going to be the Jets. You want to switch your pick over to Membu?
I mean, yeah. I wouldn't take Kelvin Banks if Membu's still available. Again, I see a world in which they talk themselves into Tyler Warren, but I think need outweighs best value here. I think Tyler Warren is probably one of the best values at number 7, but I do not believe that he should go because the Jets need to prioritize protecting Justin Fields. And Calvin Banks was my pick. Now that we've still got Membu on the board, I think that's the only selection that makes sense.
I'm going to get back to that in just a second. I did just see, just after selecting Abdul Carter, the Giants announced that they are picking up Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So
Well,
they are going to keep him there.
I'll eat my words then. Geez, I can't get anything right today.
You still got most of the picks right, and there's plenty more to go. But back to the Jets. I actually could see Tyler Warren being a very real possibility for the Jets, and that's purely because quarterbacks who are younger, their pick is in, by the way, the Jets. Quarterbacks who are younger or less developed, right, tend to rely really heavily on tight ends. They just lost their tight end, their starter. And Justin Fields with the Steelers looked good. He wasn't elite, but I don't know that the Jets are necessarily expecting him to be. They just want to win more games than they have been with the reincarnated corpse of Aaron Rodgers. And so I could see them saying, you know what, we don't need to go tackle this early. We can get somebody later. We can go out, get somebody in free agency. I could see them saying we just need more targets for Justin Fields to get the ball out quickly to. Large targets that are going to be easy to get the ball to. I could see that being a possibility.
I see the logic. Especially, I mean, do you know who the offensive coordinator for the Jets is this year? It's Tanner Engstrand, who was the passing game coordinator for the Detroit Lions last year. Aaron Glenn brought him over from the Detroit Lions, and he's running that offense there. I mean, just think about what the passing game did with, the tight ends last year and the year before that. I could see it. They're incredibly creative with it. Tyler Warren is the type of player that you can get creative with, so I see the logic there. Similar to Mason Graham at 5, though, I just think there is bigger need. And so for me, there's, the balance there. But I see both moves making sense here.
Tyler Warren here would make more sense to me than Mason Graham for Cleveland.
Yeah. For Cleveland, absolutely. New York at 7. Yeah, it's a toss up, but I see both sides of it. I think right now they're pretty content, at least with first round with their defense. I think they're going to try to focus on offense because it's miserably bad. It's Garrett Wilson and nobody else. So yeah, bringing in Tyler Warren would make sense. They definitely need to tackle. I think Carter Warren is starting at tackle for them theoretically right now, so not the greatest situation. But yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, they might take a gamble and try to get a tackle in the second. It's just not a super deep tackle class, so I'd be scared about getting somebody worth starting
Hmm.
at seventh pick in the second. I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
where they're picking.
We can find out.
10th in the
Round
second.
2. Yeah, the 42nd pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, we are still waiting
And
for that pick to get announced.
yeah, we'll move on to what we were talking about, Shador.
Yes, yeah, we were talking about Shador being the New Orleans Saints pick more than likely. That's what we think. I think, you look at the Saints and they haven't really had great quarterbacks in a while. Not really since Breeze, who, is kind of more of a traditional pocket passer, strong arm, very precise. What does that sound like? Shador Sanders. He's a pocket
Yeah.
passer. He's very traditional in that sense. Trained by Tom Brady, who's, one of the best pocket passers of all time. He's got a strong arm. He's very precise. I think that's a really good option actually for the Saints to try to kind of mimic what they did with Drew Brees.
Yeah, I can see it. And I mean, Kellen Moore is incredible with quarterbacks. He runs a pretty specific offense, but he's able to really, switch it up and mold it toward whatever quarterback he takes. And I think Shador fits what he likes out of a quarterback, what he has built over many years of being an offensive coordinator. So I can see it. Again, I mean, I think they were willing to roll with Derek Carr, but now that Derek Carr is likely done for 2025, I just don't see them rolling with Rattler. Here we
There
go.
it
Roger
is.
Goodell is
Armand
up
Membu.
for the seventh overall pick. Oh, okay. Mine's a little slower than yours.
Oh, interesting.
All right. I'm happy with that. I called it. I told you. I got one thing right.
That's right. That's right. Yeah,
All
solid pick.
right.
I mean, when we talked about our offensive line, he was one of the ones that I picked up to talk about. I really like what I saw from him out of Missouri. He's very patient against speed rushers, especially. He does not bite on spin moves, on dips. He's very patient. He doesn't get beaten. um, like I also mentioned, he's really a finisher. He wants to finish the play with his opponent in the dirt, with him either standing over them or squashing them a little bit further into the turf. He's got that play to the whistle mentality. I really like Membu, and I think he's exactly what Justin Fields needs.
My favorite part about him in essentially Detroit's offense is he's significantly more explosive than Will Campbell. And in an offense where it's a lot of shifts and a lot of gap schemes and they're moving around and you've got the moving pocket, you've got the rolling pocket, and all of these different things. I think that Membu is a great, situation for them. He can handle all kinds of edge rushers, all lengths of edge rushers, and it puts him in a really good position just to, blow off the line and just get off hitting, right? And like I said, this is my ideal pick for New York, so I'm really happy that they did that. Tyler Warren, I saw it, but I didn't think that it made more sense than Membu because the need was larger with Membu.
Yeah. Now that does mean that the Jets, I believe, have gone tackle two drafts in a row with
Except
Olufashanu
for
last year.
Shanu.
Yeah.
Mhm. Now they locked up both tackle positions because Fashanu's looking like a longtime starter, and Membu should be. So I
Yeah.
mean, that's
I mean, they're kind of in a
a team that was pretty miserable last year on offense. That's a good start.
yeah, they're in a similar position to what the Titans did. The Titans took two offensive linemen in a row, with Skoronski and then J.C. Latham. So,
Mhm.
you know, hopefully this works out for the Jets. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Justin Fields can do there. I love seeing him get another opportunity. That move surprised me a little bit when it was announced. I did not expect that in the slightest, especially because there
Fields
was,
to New York.
yeah, there was, especially I think that day there was so much like quarterback arrangement going on and people getting signed. I think that's the same day that Darnold signed with the Seahawks. Um, that's when all the news was coming out about Rodgers likely going to the Steelers, because there was just a lot going on, and that one kind of took me by surprise. So
I don't think it's a bad move though. I think given how creative and innovative this offense is, adding another dimension of mobility from the quarterback is it's just going to be even more fun to watch. So if Fields can, learn how to process a field at a regular speed, then it'll be a fun offense to watch next year.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to refocus
Um,
though. We haven't gone into depth about Carolina a whole lot. We talked about. I think we both agree on Jalen Walker. Give us your reasoning.
yeah, I mean they need defense. Pretty aggressively, like we talked about. Jalen Walker, he's a really solid player all around. He's a good linebacker, and like you said, he's not quite like linebacker material. Um,
He's
I
an
I was
off-ball edge
honestly,
rusher.
yeah, I was honestly convinced that they were going to trade out. But we did just get the notification that the pick is in for the Panthers. We're on commercial break currently, so we can't really see any of what's going on. But they
That's
have
okay.
picked. They're sticking at 8. Um, do you think they're going Jalen Walker? Do you think they're going Mike Green,
The one
Jamar
thing, so
Stewart?
I selected Jalen Walker because I feel that the off-ball linebackers are a great fit for Avero's defense. I think that having somebody who can rush the passer from above, but can also play well in a pass coverage situation, it's a good fit for them. They don't really have that guy. DJ Wanham was okay in that position last year, but I think they can do better. The big concern about Walker at 8 is uh, he's a good rusher and he's a good zone coverage man, and it seems like he can develop, but he's not a fully developed player at this point in time, and it definitely is a bit of a gamble given that he also has somewhat of a injury history. And so while I like Walker at 8, I'm not sure if that's where they want to take him. Like you said, I mean, it would have made sense if they traded down. I mean, I'm trying to think what else they would be willing to take here. If you're looking at edge, like I said, Mike Green could be. I said Mike Hall. It's the Cleveland DT. Mike Green could be a move. Michael Williams is another Georgia edge, and he's a hand in the dirt player. If you're looking at edge rusher, if you're not looking at edge rusher, I mean, interior defensive line is not the
Walter
strongest. But it
Nolan?
also doesn't need to be. Would it be? I mean, that's a reach at 8.
I agree.
That's a reach at 8.
It's also
Um,
possible, though, they could go receiver here as well. It's possible that they really want Tet McMillan. They think he's going to go. They need
Ted
receiver. I don't know
McMillan
that they
at
should go
8
this
is
high.
rich.
I like him up there. I think he's worth an approximately 10th overall pick. I really liked what I saw from McMillan. He's a clear number 1. Um, it might be a little bit of a reach, but if they felt like that was their best shot, if they felt like he was going to go, and they felt like all of too many receivers were going to go first round. I mean, they did just get Leggett as well, so it's tough to go receiver twice in a row.
I mean, you can do it though. It's not. I'm not against it. It's just again they had zero pass rush last year, and I think that they
Yeah,
need a pass rusher here. And I
I
think an
agree.
off-ball pass rusher is the move because Clowney's getting up there in age. It'd be a great situation for a new rusher to come in. So I'm
All right.
all
Well,
for Jalen
Goodell,
Walker. Like I said, injury history is a little concerning, but that's my
Tet
thoughts.
McMillan, he is the pick.
Wow,
Wide receiver Tetaroa McMillan out of Arizona.
why?
I don't hate the pick. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I think I said it during our wide receiver episode too. I think he could be the piece that finishes that offense. I like it. Is it maybe like the best pick necessarily? I don't know. But I think he's a really good fit for the Panthers offense. I like it.
He's big. He's big.
He's big.
He's
He's
big.
big. He's
That's
strong. He does not drop anything.
that's what 18-inch tall Bryce Young needs.
Right. Big target who's not going to drop anything. Um,
Okay.
and
But
like I mentioned, yeah, I mentioned on our during the wide receiver episode when I was talking about McMillan, He's never had a reviewed catch overturned. Every time that they think, oh, maybe did he hold on to it? We're not sure. He came away with the completed catch every single time. And that's
Yes.
there's something to be said for that. He also, in I believe 2022, caught a pass on Travis Hunter. It's actually a really great highlight. So I mean, he's got the ability to beat any corner one-on-one, I think. So I'm really excited
Yeah.
about that.
No,
I love it.
yeah, I don't hate it. The face he just made in the camera was really funny. Um, I don't hate it. I just again, it comes down to there are bigger needs, and so I mean they have to be really sold on his talent to take him here. And I mean I realize Jalen Walker isn't necessarily eighth overall talent either, but there are edge rushers they could have taken. There are interior defensive linemen that they could have taken. And I don't know if again, it'll work. It'll be a good pick for them. Their offense will be much better this year than it was last year, with the addition of Tet. But I don't know. It just feels a little bit neglectful of that poor defense. It was just
I
so
don't know. I mean,
painfully bad.
I don't disagree. I'm sure they have a plan. And like we said, they do have fundamental pieces. They've got a foundation
They've
built.
also got
They just need to
9 picks.
improve. Yeah. I mean, they have plenty of opportunity still to get some guys to help fill in some of those spots. Are they going to be the top quality dudes? No. But there's a lot of linebackers and edge and defensive linemen who are going to be, good enough that they can kind of hopefully fill in some of those spots. But yeah, wow. I really actually like that pick. The more I'm like sitting on it, the more I'm like, yeah, I really love that.
I'm happy you like it. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's good. Dave Canales is going to do great things with him, but
Oh yeah. I think
yeah, I just
he could be a sneaky good late rounder in fantasy football.
yeah, he'll be high volume for sure.
Yeah,
I
high
mean,
volume. I think he's gonna get a lot of touchdown opportunities. I think red zone.
Vero,
They're gonna be looking for him one on one.
I'm going to keep harping on it. Ajiro Avero needs players. He is a great defensive mind. He is incredible. I mean, a lot of people liken him to Vic Fangio too. I love him. But he can only do so much. You can't just hand him pennies and expect him to give you $100 bills. It's just not how it works. And that's what they're doing right now. They're not giving him the tools that he needs to succeed. Again, we've got Panthers fans watching, so I mean, if you disagree, let me know. But that defense was miserable.
Yeah.
And Trevon Moehrig and a couple of interior defensive linemen is not going to fix your problem.
Yeah. Really quick, the Saints pick is in. And they've got cameras on Shador currently. So what are you thinking? You thinking they go with
Oh,
Sanders?
I'm still Shador. I think, there's better players on the board. I've talked about it. Tyler Warren. I mean, what's his name? Will Johnson. Grady Zabel. They're all, in my opinion, better prospects than Shador Sanders. However, need outweighs talent right now. New Orleans has no quarterbacks. Spencer Rattler was awful last year, and I don't know if they want to continue to invest in him when he was a fifth rounder, and Derek Carr is likely to not play. So Shador, I mean,
No.
he's got.
You forgot. They have Ben DiNucci. Everything will be okay.
And what, Jake Hayner?
Yeah, that is the
Sheesh,
other one. Yeah.
that's rough. Kellen, you should have stayed in Philly. No, and the big thing for me here is, again, Kellen Moore can do a lot of things with a little, but I think if he gets his quarterback, I mean, I guess the question for me is with Shador. Shador's only ever been coached by his dad, so I'm not saying that he can't deal well with coaching, but we don't really know what he looks like, and he's gritty. He has a great work ethic. He's gritty. He throws an interception. He walks off. He watches the film. He comes back. He's like, I'm not going to make that mistake again. But is it going to be different without Dion?
Oh my gosh, Kelvin Banks.
Whoa. Okay. So that probably means Trevor Penning's on the way out. I don't hate it.
No, they just hang on. They just lost a tackle, didn't they?
Yeah, they
They
lost.
just
Gosh, what's his name? He was older.
Ron Armstead.
Yeah, thank you. Nope, Teron Armstead's been in Miami. What are you
No,
saying?
sorry, Ryan Ramchick. They both
Yep, thank
were
you. I was gonna
Saints
say he was an
and
older
both
guy.
just
He was an older
retired.
guy. Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Ryan Ramchick.
I mean, Trevor Penning has been a rotational guard for most of his time in New Orleans, but I don't hate him as a prospect. I think they could definitely try him out at tackle. But I mean, I think he's got 1 year left on his deal, so it looks like they're probably just willing to get rid of him at this point. Either cut him. I mean, it's only a cap hit of 2.7 if they move on today. Oh no, pre-June is 4.5. But then you're looking at, I mean, Trevor Penning is either you trade him for pennies or you cut him because they don't really have a spot on the roster for him. They've got Nick Saliveri, Aziram. I mean, yeah, either he starts or he goes in the way that I look at it right now. And so Kelvin Banks is a great move for them, honestly. In terms of scheme, they've got they typically play pretty spread out. So having an athletic tackle like Banks who can really protect that edge and allow the quarterback to take a deep drop, that's a good move for them. Shador looks pretty sad, understandably so.
Yeah. Oh, the Bears pick is in. All right, we have not talked about the Bears at all. Who do you have them drafting? Go.
Tyler Warren. It better be Tyler Warren.
I have Mike Green. I think they need a little bit more pass rush. They need somebody on the opposite side of Montez Sweat. I've got them taking edge. Mike Green out of Marshall. I could see Tyler Warren. I like that pick. I could see it going either way.
And here I take the opposite stance from what I've said multiple times throughout this, where I'm all like, oh, need outweighs talent. In the situation with the Bears, talent outweighs need, especially given that there are a couple of more edge rushers that we can get early in the second. We've got two like second round picks in like the first 10 picks. So I mean, we can trade up if we want to. We can sit around and take an edge there. I think that Tyler Warren's talent is worth this pick because in my opinion he's the fourth or fifth prospect overall, and the fact that he's fallen to 10 is a great situation for Chicago.
Yeah.
And also, given Ryan Poles' draft history, he's never taken a defensive player in the first round.
Fascinating. Well, there's a good chance that they end up going with Tyler Warren then.
There's a first time for everything, so he could take a defensive player,
Yeah,
but I definitely
absolutely.
would love to see Tyler Warren here.
There has been a little bit of a run on offense, though. Only 3 defensive picks so far, and those were at 2, 3, and 5. The last 4 have been running back, tackle, wide receiver, tackle. So maybe they'll continue that trend.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, San Francisco picks after Chicago. Goodness, they need quite a few positions. I leaned defense through all of my mock drafts. Yeah. They lost linebackers, they lost safeties, they lost defensive linemen, they lost a little bit of everything. So I ended up going with Jahdae Barron, cornerback out of Texas, primarily for the reason that he is just so versatile that he can move all over the defense. He's played primarily outside corner, but he plays slot and safety as well. I think that's kind of what they're going to need to kind of fill whatever gap that they're looking at any given moment. What do you think about the 49ers?
Yeah, I think Will Johnson could also fit their defense, but I don't know whether he checks out medically because he had that injury last year with Michigan, and he didn't play the entire season. He didn't participate at his pro day. He didn't participate at the combine, so it's a little bit worrisome. We're not doctors; we don't get that information, but these teams do. And so there's a good chance that Johnson drops because of that. And in that case, again, I agree with you. Jahdae Barron is significantly more versatile. I think Johnson is a much better corner. I mean, he's a great press corner too. But Jahdae Barron fits there for San Francisco because he can play a lot of different places. With Robert Saleh back, he's going to be playing a lot of multiple coverages. It's going to be a good look for them. I want to stop there, though. Pay attention.
Yeah, here comes the Bears selection. Goodell is at the podium.
They take
overall
Nick Sporton. Jamar Stewart.
Luther Burden.
Is that for real? Mine's back.
No.
Mine's behind yours. Okay, I
Oh,
messed
no.
up.
Sorry. No, I was still just making jokes. I apologize. Oh,
Okay.
they're honoring Steve McMichael currently.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Yeah. He passed away
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Rest in
Incredible
peace.
NFL player.
Yeah.
Incredible
Absolutely
guy after his
legendary.
retirement. Did so much for philanthropy for his community. I mean, I'm really happy that he got to see his bust enshrined before he passed. Yeah, very
Also, they
legendary
just
player.
said it's the 50th anniversary of Walter Payton's drafting. So, big stuff for the Bears.
So surely we take Tyler
Hopefully,
Warren. That's pretty
gets
big
backed
stuff.
up with a big pick. Yeah. Any moment now.
Tyler Warren's
Come on, Roger.
pretty big stuff. Come on, Roger. Give me Tyler
You can
Warren.
do it. You can do it.
I wouldn't be upset with an edge rusher though.
Yeah, I mean that's the biggest need for Chicago currently.
Well,
Oh
Colston
my
Loveland?
gosh. Wow. They flip-flopped tight ends.
Colston Loveland over Tyler.
Tight end Colston Loveland. Wow. I'm shocked. Okay. What are your thoughts? Uh-oh. Is this too much of a reach?
I see it. It's rich. It's rich to take him at 10. I see it. He is a better weapon than Tyler Warren in terms of downfield threat. Warren's incredibly versatile, but I think as a pass catcher, Loveland definitely stands out. And I guess with Cole Kmet on the roster, you've got your blocker. And if Ben Johnson wants his, Laporta type of player, I don't think that Loveland is bad. He's got to put on weight because you can't play tight end at the NFL level at his weight.
He does look like a receiver. He doesn't look like a tight end.
I said this in our tight end episode. I said Loveland is a great pass catcher. I'd say he's the best pass catching tight end, but he's got to put on weight if you want to play him at tight end. And Ben Johnson split out his tight ends sometimes in Detroit, but I mean, he definitely lined him up in line too. Again, I'm not upset about it. I mean, they're probably going to run a lot of 12 personnel with two tight ends on the field, Kmet and Loveland. I'm going to have to think about it because, I mean, schematically, I can see Warren or Loveland. Yeah, again, I just feel like Loveland.
But Warren has been like the consensus number one tight end for a bit now.
No, I think Loveland needs a little bit more work, and also, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm shocked. There's that.
Yeah. Fascinating. Yeah, we did not see that coming at all.
So does that mean Warren goes to Indy?
I think so.
I don't think.
All right, San Francisco's pick is in.
Dallas or Miami jump at Warren. I think Barron's San Fran.
You think Jahdae Barron?
I think so.
Alrighty. It just went to commercial, so I think we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back in just a couple minutes here. Thank you so much, everybody who's still with us. We really appreciate it. And we will be right back in a moment for the 49ers pick. All right, we are back. Ben's still on his way. We are looking at the 49ers pick has come in. We're still waiting on an announcement there. Hopefully they'll bring that up in just a second. So yeah, like we were talking about, we both think Jahdae Barron is kind of the pick. The 49ers are going to need some defensive help. Like we mentioned, I think they lost Talanoa Hufanga to the Denver Broncos. Drake. Okay, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Okay, I think we're back. Sorry about that, everybody. We are officially back.
Back.
Yeah. All right. So, Jahdae
Sorry,
Barron,
I'm
kind of
in
a
shock still.
versatile. Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, looks like Goodell is coming up onto the stage now to present the 49ers pick. I think it's got to be either Barron or Johnson. I mean, I guess they could go Jalen Walker as well, kind of fill in that linebacker
Johnson,
spot a little bit.
again, if he checks out medically, sure, but I still feel like I agree with you. Barron's probably the better selection just in terms of what they're running on defense. Watch them go Benjamin Morrison.
Huh.
Notre Dame corner with the hip injury.
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, I could also see. Oh, wow. Michael Williams, edge out of Georgia. So still a defensive player coming in to fill Leonard Floyd's spot a little bit. I like it. He's
I'm a
solid.
fan.
He's
I'm a
not.
fan.
Yeah, he's not the
I don't
first
hate that,
edge I
actually.
expected.
No, but they need
I
pass
do
rush.
like that pick. Yeah.
Rose Matos on the other side of Bosa is not the greatest. I'm not mad about that. That's good for them. Their defense lost a lot over free agency, so that's actually a really great pick for them. I love it. He's got incredible length. His speed off the line is very good. He's not the greatest against the run game, but if anybody's going to be able to coach that, it's Robert Saleh and his defense. I want to say their defensive line coach. I forget his name now. I don't remember. He's really impressive though.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Kostarek, something like that. I forget. Now I
Yeah.
feel bad.
They still have some of a foundation there, which is good. They still have Nick Bosa. They've got Fred Warner, right? Malik Mustafa has been pretty solid overall at safety. I like this addition. It's not going to fix all their problems overnight by any means.
It's a step toward the defense that was in 2022.
Right.
It is a step toward that defense to continue to be dominant. They lost a lot of players. So, I mean, this is, a small step, but it's a step. And Micah Williams has a great opportunity to develop in this defense. I mean, again, their defensive line coaching is phenomenal. So, I mean, I'm a fan. I like it a lot.
All right. There's Jerry Jones and his
evil looking
his evil lair. The pick is in for the Cowboys. What are you thinking? We haven't talked about them yet.
Matthew Golden.
I agree.
Matthew Golden is millions of shades of Brandon Cooks over and over and over.
Yep.
Jerry Jones loves his Texas kids.
Yes, he does.
I mean, he's definitely. I would put Egbuka over Golden in terms of just flat out talent, but I think Golden is a better fit in Schottenheimer's offense. Their levels.
Yeah. He's going to be able to stretch the field a little bit and give CeeDee Lamb a little bit more space to operate. I think it's going to benefit both of them.
Exactly. I think Matthew Golden is the pick here. I could see them going Tyler Warren just because he exists.
Whoa. Tyler Booker,
that's
guard out of Alabama.
Interesting.
What in the world?
What in the world? Talent-wise?
What are we doing?
Not at all. what I expected. Also, I not a Jerry Jones type of pick. Taking a
No, is he?
interior
Is he still
lineman.
alive?
I think his son must be handling it now. Steven?
Are we doing
Wow.
a weekend at Bernie's with Jerry Jones?
Jeez. That's messed up.
That is
Um
that's just abnormal. I mean, I agree 100% with you. That's not a Jerry Jones pick. But all right.
I don't hate it. I think he'll slot in at right guard because Brock Hoffman was set to start there. I believe he was a draftee from 2 or 3 years ago. But he's definitely kind of shown that he's not a starter. He's fine rotationally if he has to. He's, you know, okay, but I don't think they were comfortable with him starting. Tyler Booker is an incredible lineman. He's super physical. I mean, I think you scouted him a little bit. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I mean, he's solid. He wasn't, my top lineman by any means, but he was up there. He's very strong. He's got good size. Um, yeah, I mean, I like the pick for Dallas. I think it's, a little bit of a reach just because they're sitting at 12. Um, but he's by no means a bad player, and hopefully this will help fix their run game a little bit. I know they've brought in a couple different running backs now. Um,
Yeah,
trying to get something going there.
his run blocking is definitely the less good part of his game.
Yeah,
If I have to name one. But I mean he's a big guy. And in Dallas they run, that power run with Brian Schottenheimer. I think that's going to be a good situation for him to learn. Again, he'll slot right in at left guard over Brock Hoffman. So not what I expected, but it's definitely a reasonable selection here. The one thing that really I think popped off the screen for me watching Tyler Booker was his length. He has an incredible wingspan. And that's gonna, I mean, again, his pass protection is much better than his run protection. But that's going to help him develop, and that's going to help him be able to learn where he fits in the run game. But yeah, pass protection wise, you're not going to get past him. He's long. He's really long.
yeah.
Playing at Bama for three? I think it was 3 years. Yeah, that's top level talent right there that you're playing against. So I mean, like I said, I feel like it's a little rich. Take him here at 12, but it's not bad. I just have a little bit of concern. Again, going back to what we both agreed was probably the pick is, do they really want to start Jalen Tolbert and Jonathan Mingo next to CD? I don't know. Again, we talked earlier. There's second round receivers that they could go for, but it just felt like go for a receiver in the first round. I don't know. I don't disagree with it.
Well, I'm starting to believe you a little bit more that Egbuka will still be available at 35. I'm starting to believe it. I'm
Called it. I called it.
fingers crossed. That's my ideal
Well,
scenario for the Titans' second pick.
nice part is again the wide receiver room is or the wide receiver class this year is pretty strong overall. So I mean, there's gonna be guys available in the second, even if it's not Egbuka.
Yeah. All right.
There's
We got to talk
Moreau.
about the Dolphins, who are next up. I had them taking Kelvin Banks. He's gone. Membo's gone. Campbell's gone. I don't know if they're still looking at a tackle or if they're going to try to address that later down the line. I could see them taking Jade Barron as well. They need a corner. They need somebody to come in and help out in that room. They are on the clock. The pick is not in yet, though. They're at about 4 minutes left. So that is interesting. They're taking a little bit of time. Do you think they expected to be in this position with these players left on the board?
I think there's been a couple of surprises, but for Miami, I don't think there's too many options in terms of I don't think that the people who selected above them have really messed up their plans too much. I see two ways that they can go. You go corner. Will Johnson's on the board. Jade Barron's on the board. In my opinion, Barron fits Anthony Weaver's defense much better.
Yep.
Or you go edge. I think edge is the other option here.
Do you think Mike
Jalen
Green could
Phillips
be
was
a
a first rounder from a couple of years ago, and he has been fine, but he's definitely not been the pass rusher that people expected. And then, yeah, the rest of their defensive line is not super talented. Zach Seiler's a great run stopper, but that's about it on that. So I could see them going for an edge rusher. I do not think that Jalen Walker is the move here. If they do, go edge rusher. I'm not sure he fits as well because a lot of off-ball linebackers in Weaver's defense heavily play zone over man or over rushing. Excuse me.
So are you leaning more Mike Green, Donovan Iziriku? Who are you thinking they might go for?
When I think what Anthony Weaver's history is it's the Baltimore Ravens, and the Baltimore Ravens love their long, rangy pass rushers. And when I'm thinking long position, I'm thinking Iziriku or Shamar Stewart. Those are the two that I'm like they've got the length to really make an impact there, to really make a bend around the tackle and hit on that. Mike Green is incredibly fast. He's a little bit on the smaller side, and I'm not sure if he fits that archetype that they're looking for.
Interesting. Yeah. So if you had to pick, who do you think at this point? Well, first off, who did you mock going to the Dolphins, and who do you think they're going for currently?
I mocked Jahdae Barron, and I think Barron is the move, but with my luck, it's not going to be Jahdae Barron. Tonight's been rough for me. I've definitely struggled a little bit with the guesses here. I feel like I'm like a step behind every time. I'm like, oh, that makes sense, but it's just like there's a different need here. Is a lot of what I'm looking at. But I think that Barron. I don't think it's an immediate need. I think their secondary is okay, but if they're thinking Ramsey needs to go soon with his $25 million guaranteed cap hit, then they're probably wanting to throw another corner in there because I think Cam Smith is on the other side of Ramsey right now, and he's fine, but they could do better. And Jahdae Barron is a very versatile defender, like we talked about. I think that they're able to play all of their different split coverages with quarter half is one of Weaver's favorites, and I think that Barron is a great fit there because he's very rangy. He can move across the field quickly. He's got good eyes, so I think Barron fits. Another thing is you're talking about prioritizing takeaways in a defense like this, and Barron has incredible takeaway ability. Right place, right time, all the time. And I mean, if he can get his hands in there, it's going to be a pick. So I'm a big fan of Barron. Again, I could see them going edge rusher, though. It wouldn't surprise me.
Watch them surprise us and take Shador.
I mean, they've been teasing us with the do we like Tua, do we not like Tua for 4 years at this point.
Yeah, I think Jahdae Barron's a pretty good estimate here. I
said edge as a second just because all of my first guesses have been bad. So,
well, I had Jahdae Barron going to San Fran, so there's a good chance that he does end up going here. Because I did have the Dolphins taking a tackle because I felt like that was the most important thing for them. But corner is also up there in the priority list. So Goodell is up on stage. He is announcing the Dolphins.
We don't have a lot of tackles available at this point.
Right. Kenneth Grant.
Wow. I like that, actually. I love that.
I also love that. It's not at all what I expected. But I love that.
I mocked Kenneth Grant in a lot of my mocks to Baltimore because
same. That's where I had him in my
he's an incredible fit there. You put him at 3 tech and you just tell him to just wreak havoc, just tear people apart. The guy's 325 pounds, but he plays like Mason Graham. He's got the speed. He's got the agility. I love him. I said it during our defensive line video. It's unfair that he's the second best lineman on his roster because he's an elite level player. You give him a year of development, he's going to be a Pro Bowler. He's going to be consistently a Pro Bowler. Big fan of Kenneth Grant. And again, Miami runs a very similar defense to Baltimore. So it's earlier than I thought he would go because obviously I thought he'd go to Baltimore, but it fits. I see it. It makes sense. And that also indicates to me that they're likely to keep Jalen Ramsey. One of my favorite parts about Kenneth Grant is, again, he's fast. He's an ankle biter, right? I mean, he's just a menace, but he's
always
incredibly good against the run. He knows how to use his weight way better than a lot of the defensive linemen you see in this draft class. and he's able to get low and really just drive backward, and that's great when you're trying to gap fit against a run play. So I love it. I'm a big fan, actually. I'm surprised 'cause I thought they were going corner. I'm not
Yeah,
upset.
I'm gonna jump in and interrupt you. The Colts pick apparently came in pretty much immediately. Um,
Tyler Warren.
that screams Tyler Warren to me. I think they also need secondary help, but they've got to help that quarterback room of Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. They got to give him somebody that they can actually throw the ball to. You need somebody big, somebody easy to see, and it's got to be Tyler Warren. I'll be
Makes
really
sense to me.
surprised. The
They
biggest shock of the
desperately
night
need
would be if
tight
they
end.
don't take Warren.
They desperately need tight end. They've been talking about taking tight end for months, uh, and the fact that the Bears took freaking Loveland leaves Warren on the board. I still don't know what to think about that. Okay, I see it, but it's just he's going to be a very specific type of weapon, and I'm not sure if that's what we want at 10. But I still have to think about it. Have patience. Let me
Here
marinate on
comes
that.
Goodell. All
Tyler
right.
Warren.
The third out of 4 AFC South. Yep, Tyler Warren. There it is. Officially, tight
That's the
end
move right
Tyler
there.
Warren.
Good luck defending Tyler Warren every,
Oof.
twice a year. That's
Yeah.
not a fun challenge for you. Very
No,
versatile
it's
tight
not.
end. He is he's an interesting player. He's not Kyle Pitts type of versatile tight end. He's
Right.
definitely, he's got some good blocking ability, which Pitts had none of. But something that I think is really impressive about him is the fact that with the size he has, he still moves like a receiver. And I
Yes.
think, Penn State, he was their number one target all year long. And that says a lot about him as a player because that's not, you don't see that on the NFL level or on the college level for a tight end to lead a team in receiving very often. He's
Right.
got very good hands, great, movement at the top of his route. I think he needs to expand his route tree a little bit more, but under Shane Steichen, that's going to happen. Um, yeah,
Yeah, and
I'm happy with it.
like I talked about in our tight ends episode, he's lined up in the Wildcat. He's thrown a little bit. He's rushed quite a bit. Um, so who knows? Maybe this is actually the Colts' answer at quarterback.
Maybe he's playing quarterback. I was about to say that they move
They'll
AR-15 to
fullback.
they move Richardson to tight end.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just swap positions. There
Yeah,
you
just
go.
flip them around. All right,
Little
that'll be
switcheroo.
fine. Where's
All
Daniel
right. So
Jones
next up,
into this?
uh, nowhere. The bench.
Free agency again?
Yeah. Next up, we at 15 we have the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons are in also a little bit of a weird spot where they have like a couple weird needs. Nothing like massive stands out to me. When I was doing my
I
mock draft,
disagree.
PFF was like, "Oh, they need receivers." I was like maybe, potentially. I don't think that's the pick here. Who did you mock to the Falcons?
If the Falcons don't take an edge rusher, fire everybody.
Interesting. Okay, see, I had them taking a Grady Jarrett replacement in defensive lineman Walter Nolan.
They've got Rook for that though. The Clemson kid from last year. They took him in the second or third.
Oh,
Aurora.
Aurora.
Yeah, he's their three tech now. I love your Aurora. um,
Aurora?
I they had no pass rush to speak of. I was talking about Carolina having a trash pass rush. The Falcons are worse. And everybody thought they'd take a pass rusher last year. And then they took Penix, and they had Cousins. And
That's
obviously that,
true.
that worked
No,
out for
okay.
them. That worked out for them, but they need a pass rusher. They signed Leonard
So
Floyd, but he's it. And Floyd has consistently been a complimentary edge rusher throughout his career. He's not Nick Bosa or Aiden Hutchinson. He's not going to be just tearing through guys. You need an edge rusher who's going to make plays.
do you have Mike Green then?
Yes, 100%. I think that is a
Okay.
great fit here. They may also go Shamar Stewart. I mean, we talked about him. The tools are there. The production wasn't in college, but he's. I mean, toolsy is Raheem Morris's favorite word. He loves those
Right.
type of players. So I mean, I could see it happening. I could see him thinking, I can fix him or I can develop him. But I think Mike Green has the tools and the production. I know there's a little bit of concern where it's like, okay, he played at Marshall, but the Senior Bowl where he played and stomped on SEC offensive linemen. I don't see any issue with Mike Green in terms of being able to compete at an NFL level. I still think he's going to be a very good pass rusher, in my opinion. Shades of Khalil Mack, great hands, fast speed off the line. I mean, and just the ability to surprise you with the bull rush. As soon as you're least expecting it. Very
Yeah.
versatile edge rusher. But I could also, like I said, see Shamar Stewart. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it feels early for Shamar Stewart,
Hmm.
just because that production isn't there. But we've had a couple surprises already. I don't know that it would actually surprise me at this point in this draft.
Yeah.
I like Mike Green. Honestly, I had him going up at 10 for the Bears. Um, and I felt like he was good value from
Well, we
like
saw how
10
that
to
worked out.
12. Um, so I really like him at 15. I think that's good value. And I think he has the opportunity to make an instant impact. I did forget that their pass rush was so bad.
Yeah,
Forgot. I
and
was
here's
just,
the deal.
I think after,
Atlanta takes an edge.
Mhm.
Arizona probably takes an edge. Cincy probably takes an edge. And so we start seeing these guys who there are a lot of talented edge rushers still on the board here. We're going to start seeing them just disappear like that because we saw the run of offensive players early, but now we're getting to teams that really need those edge rushers, and it's going to be a race to who can get which one first.
I'm
And
not
what
convinced
fits?
on the Cardinals taking an edge. I'm not really sure what they're going to do. It's a possibility, but they did just sign Josh Sweat, and they do have Darius
Oh, I forgot
Robinson,
about that.
who was their I think first round pick last year.
He was first
He
round
didn't play
last
a
year.
whole lot because he was injured.
Yeah,
But if he
he was. I
develops,
mean, yeah,
I
Darius
don't know that
Robinson's
edge
good.
is going to
Yeah,
be
I
their
don't hate
priority.
him. Then what? I mean, I guess what in your opinion does become priority for them? Do they go corner?
I think corner or inside offensive line, if I had to guess. Maybe a tackle. There's
I mean,
also
their
a
offensive line,
slight
wasn't bad
possibility.
last year, but it could use work.
Yeah, there's also a possibility though that they go receiver. I know they just got MHJ. I think they need a little bit more help. I don't like picking that at 16, but I think it's a possibility. It would not
Um,
be my top pick. Also, interestingly,
yeah,
the Falcons are currently at just over a minute left. They're really running low on time here.
they
They
can't
just hit a
decide
minute.
whether or not to select another quarterback.
Oh gosh.
We've got Cousins, we've
Shador,
got Penix.
Shador.
We might as well take Kyle McCord.
Oh gosh. Jackson Dart.
That's better than McCord.
Oh man, they're coming up on 30 seconds.
We've
What
only
happens
ever
if they
seen
don't
one
get their pick in time?
We've only ever seen one forfeited pick in the history of the NFL, and it was the Minnesota Vikings missed their pick. And the way that it works is essentially the next team gets to pick, and the next team gets to pick, and the next team gets to pick until they send their card in. They still get a pick, but it's no longer at the position that they believed it to be. So if
All right,
Atlanta misses, Arizona gets to select, and Atlanta just has to rush their pick in as soon as they know. The pick is in though; they made it.
it is. They came in clutch. It was down to the wire.
Might be Kyle McCord. McCord, knows he's not a first
Gosh.
rounder, so he's like, "Who's spam calling me?"
Right. No, I mean, let's be real. If there's a possibility you're getting drafted at all, you're picking up that phone no matter who calls.
Yeah.
It could
Right, right,
caller
right.
ID could show Papa John's, and you're picking that up so fast.
Papa
All
John's. I mean, yeah, that's funny.
right. Well,
Papa
their pick
John
is
Harbaugh.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, my
Looks like
final, my
Bill's
I still think
about
they're
to
going
come out.
edge. I think Mike Green's a good pick here.
I think
Be a
so. I just
reach
don't know why
to
it would
go
take him so
James
long.
Pierce. Yeah, again, it should be a no-brainer to take a freaking edge here. They've got no pass
Maybe
rush.
they know something about one of them that we don't. Maybe there's some debate going on.
Yeah, maybe some character concerns, medical concerns. You
Yeah, I
never
was
know
thinking maybe
because
something
those are the
medical.
those are the things that we as viewers will never know because we're not in those
Yeah.
rooms. We don't have the team doctors letting us know. We'll see. We'll see. I guess we've pretty much talked that one into the ground. Like you were talking about, where are we going with Arizona? You think inside offensive line? In that sense, I mean, Zabel's a
I
move.
Zabel could be the move. I put in Trey Amos, cornerback. At this point, Will Johnson's still available. I would love that
I'm gonna say Trey
for the
Amos is a
Cardinals.
reach when you've got Johnson still on the board.
Yeah, well, I had him being taken by the Colts in my mock.
Here we go. That
Yep. All
is
right, let's see it.
off-ball linebacker Jalen Walker.
Wow. Okay.
That is a great selection, actually.
Yeah,
I
that's actually
didn't
great.
expect them to take an off-ball, but I'm actually really happy with that. Again, I thought they'd take a hand in the dirt player, but they've got different plans, and yeah, Raheem Morris can definitely mold somebody like this. Talk about toolsy. Jalen Walker, I was talking about him earlier when we were discussing, a possible Carolina fit. Is He needs
Hmm.
work. He's not an elite pass coverage linebacker. He's not an elite pass rusher yet, but Raheem Morris can make him that. And so it'll be really interesting to see where they prioritize him early because he's not a 3-down player right now. So
Right.
I'm interested to see. He's incredibly fast. So if I'm Morris, I'm putting him at pass rush first, and then slowly working him into my pass coverage sets.
Yeah, that's it's a solid pick. I don't hate it by any means. Yeah, I really like that for the Falcons. I mean, like I said, I liked that pick for the Panthers. Um, and I really still like, Pet McMillan, T Mac to the Panthers still just makes me so happy.
Yeah, I struggled with
Yeah,
it, but I'm not knocking it. There were a lot of picks here where I was like, I think this player would be better just in terms of need, but I also see why we're selecting a certain player, and I see what the thought process is. And yeah, Carolina, they want to make sure that Bryce Young doesn't crash out and become a bust. So they want
yeah,
to give him a massive weapon so that little old Bryce Young can throw it up to big old Tet. It'll be fine. And we got
yeah.
Arizona
They
on the
did
clock.
just yep, they just showed Monty Austin Fort on the phone, so they're calling in, letting their player know that they're getting him. Yeah, so they just mentioned Josh Sweat to a 4-year contract. So I don't know that Edge is really the option here. Will
Now,
Johnson actually
Will
is seeming
Johnson.
more and more like a possibility.
Yeah, you've got Jonathan Gannon. Typically, I mean, he's pretty multiple, but he typically plays out of a cover two shell. What that means is your corners are starting down low, right? And Will Johnson, again, best press corner in this draft class by far. Um, Again, there's injury concerns. That's why he wasn't selected, top 10. But the lower and lower we get, the more and more likely it becomes. And I think he's possibly a very good selection here. I could also see them going Barron once again if he's running multiple, coverage. Jade Barron can play all kinds of positions, nickel and safety, and he can even play lighter linebacker. He's incredibly versatile, so I could see him being a Gannon player as well. I
Yeah,
think
I mean,
corner's probably the move here.
yeah. Looking at it, like I think Will Johnson would be more of the move if you look at their depth chart. Uh, Sean Murphy Bunting, he's not great, but he's good. Max Melton was surprisingly good. Not the best ever, but he
He
was
was one of
pretty
my
solid.
favorite second day two picks last year.
Yeah. And
I like
then
him a
Buda
lot.
Baker and Jalen Thompson up at safety. I mean, I think Will Johnson, just for the quality of player that you're going to get, is a pretty easy answer here.
Yeah, yeah,
We'll
it
see
gives them
if,
some flexibility there with who they can play where. Um, can definitely play, yeah, one linebacker. That allows you lots of guys in the secondary. I can see it. I can see it. Um, Yeah, that's probably the biggest need. I see offensive line, um, interior offensive line. I just don't think that there's a lot of value here right now. Gray Zabel's probably the only one. Um, and frankly,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess he would fit in that offense. He needs to probably bulk up a little bit because he's lighter. He's, I think, sitting right under 300, which if you're trying to put him at guard, that's a little light. You should probably put on a little more
yeah.
weight. Regardless,
The Cardinals
I
pick
could see it. I
is
could see it.
in, by the way.
We will
Um,
see shortly. I will say the Cardinals just, I mean, all of the things that they've been doing recently, they're one of the more exciting teams this coming year. A team that I can see kind of surprising people with how competitive they are. It could also be the exact opposite, but I definitely could see them being a very competitive team this coming year. They've got an incredibly strong run game. It was one of the best run games in the NFL last year.
yeah,
Marvin Harrison showed flashes. It was definitely ups and downs, but Kyler Murray clearly was not in sync with him. If they can get back in sync, if they can really figure that out, it'll be a great connection there. I think that defense is what they want to prioritize this draft, and yeah, so I mean, if they can get that defense ready, I mean, Jonathan Gannon's a great coach. So they only need a couple of pieces to really complete that defense. And I think Arizona could be a very exciting team.
I can't believe you didn't mention Trey McBride. There it is,
My
Walter
bad.
Nolan, defensive tackle. All right,
That's that's a good fit. I like that.
Ole Miss. Yeah, again, kind of leaning on that
Hmm.
defense. I can't believe though that Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron haven't been picked yet. That's
It's
the first
impressive.
half.
Those are two incredibly strong corners just continuing to slide. I like Walter Nolan here. Nolan's got some great speed and agility, which is what you want in his four down lineman defense, right? Again, he's Jonathan Gannon is Vic Fangio influenced. So he runs, some 3-4 as well, but it's a lot of four down linemen. And what you want is two athletic, agile defensive linemen to really just, throw linemen off of them and get to the quarterback fast because that pressure up front is what makes the secondary's job so much easier. So I see the move. We were
Yeah,
talking about, okay, their secondary's fine, a corner could be helpful. This also kind of solves that problem. It sets you up where, okay, you're producing more pressure with one of the best pressure defensive linemen in the draft. I'm a big
yeah,
fan of Walter Nolan. Him at 16 is pretty good value as well.
I agree. Okay, the Bengals sitting at 17, top of the second half. They have just over 6 minutes on the clock. They're in a really interesting spot. They need defense. There's no shot they go offense here, and there's some pretty
Unless they
solid.
do.
Don't do that. There's some pretty solid defensive guys left, right? Mike Green is still out there. We've got Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson. Um, Jihad Campbell is one player I mocked to them. Malachi Starks I mocked to them at one point. Where do you
Interesting.
think they end up going here?
I think so. The defensive coordinator that they hired after they fired Lou Anarumo is Al Golden, and I forget where he came from, but he is an Anarumo disciple. He runs essentially the same defense. He was an assistant coach on his staff for a very long time, so it seems like they just weren't happy with the direction that Anarumo was taking the defense, but they still want the same concepts and schemes. So, Cincinnati, they prioritize long pass rushers, strong pass rushers. Trey Hendrickson is one of them. I forget what's his name. They took a couple of years ago. Joseph Asai,
Yep.
Texas.
Mhm.
He hasn't panned out the way that I think they wanted him to. He had the tools, but he just didn't have the production, and he just really hasn't. He's dealt with some injury, but for the most part, it's just he's not making an impact on the defensive line. So I think that their priorities need to start at edge. Um, like you said, though, pretty much anything on the defense would be better than what they've got. I mean, their linebacker core
Yeah.
is good. I like their linebacking core, but an extra corner would definitely help balance them out. I think the biggest need is edge, plausibly interior defensive line. But when you're looking at who's remaining, Garrett Harmon feels like a little bit of a reach at 17.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're really sold on his physicals, then
I
go
had
for it.
Nolan and Grant as the top two, and they're both gone in the first half. So
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I mocked Harmon to Buffalo, right? I mean, I see him as a first rounder, but definitely a later
mm,
first rounder. So
I
I'm not
think
sure Harmon fits at 17.
I know we're jumping ahead a little bit with this, but I think Buffalo has to go edge because of the two players that got suspended that they signed.
I forgot that they had suspensions. Hmm.
Now they also did get Joey Bosa,
Don't they have
but
Rousseau?
I'm not convinced that Bosa is going to be much of anything moving forward. I've been
It
saying for a
wasn't much
couple
of
of years
anything with the
now.
Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying for a couple of years. I think it's been about 2 years. I've been saying he's more of a liability for the Chargers than a help. So I think Buffalo's kind of
He likes to
leaning
hit
edge.
people,
Yeah,
but
that's
not
true.
hit people legally. You know, the
So
Myles Garrett, Mason Rudolph type of hit.
yeah. Um, so are you? Does Mike Green continue to slide? Do they pass over him? Do you think they go somebody like Ezeruaku?
I would love, and I'm gonna keep saying this because I mean, he's one of my favorite edge rushers on film. I would love Jamar Stewart here, but I don't think he's gonna go because it continues to be the question of, okay, he's toolsy, but he had 4.5 sacks in 4 years of football. Like there's a boundary there, and it's you can't do that with a player. Azuraku has the length. Um,
Their
He
pick is in, by the
definitely
way.
doesn't have as much play strength as they want. He's a little bit more of a bendy, quick pass rusher, but I could see them going Izuraku. Shamar Stewart, yeah, fits the archetype the best, in my opinion. And I mean, when you look at Trey Hendrickson, he began his career in New Orleans as a toolsy pass rusher who didn't really have the numbers. He went in the third round to New Orleans. He was a rotational guy, and then in his final contract year, he became a full-time starter and had like 18 sacks or whatever it was. So again, you develop the guy. Dennis Allen, I think, was the defensive coordinator there. You work with him, you develop him, you get him in the right situation, and it looks good. So I mean, Shamar Stewart could fit here in Cincinnati. Again, Izuroku feels like a bit of a reach schematically and value wise.
All right.
I
Well,
find it
we are.
interesting you brought up safety earlier.
Mhm. Well,
It could definitely be.
especially with your comparison of Malachi Starks to Jesse Bates, who started his career in Cincinnati. Um,
Yeah,
I thought that would be a solid fit for them. And then I
I
love
agree.
Emin
I agree.
Worry. I
He's
think
not a Cincinnati safety though.
I don't think so. But man, he's fun to watch. He can do pretty much anything.
I want him to go to Washington. Again, we're jumping forward a little bit here,
Oh
but
no, I 100% agree. I would love Emin Worry in
is the
Washington.
perfect fit for the star position that Dan Quinn has kind of pioneered. That hybrid linebacker safety who just does everything. Emin Worry, I mean, with the right coach, and Dan Quinn is the right coach, he could be an elite level player very, very quickly. Anyway, Bengals are on the clock, not Washington.
Yes, that's true. Goodell is just coming up with the pick, so we will know in just a second what even
Washington take a
position they're
receiver.
going to. Oh gosh,
Matthew
it's
Golden.
going to be Luther Burden.
I think it needs to be an edge. I
Yeah,
don't
no,
think
I
that there's
I do
any
agree.
other move here. I see Malachi Starks. I don't dislike that.
There it is,
I
Shamar
feel
Stewart.
yes, I got one right. Yes.
Let's go. There you go. Right.
That's actually if there's anybody who's gonna show Shamar Stewart how to actually finish on his millions of pressures, it's Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, but is Trey Hendrickson going to be a Bengal?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a bunch of hullabaloo. They'll re-sign him eventually, and if they don't re-sign
I
him, it's they'll franchise tag him.
I did do a mock where I had the Bengals pick on defense at 17, and then trade Hendrickson and some picks with the Commanders, and then pick again at 29. I don't hate it. I think it's a real possibility. The Commanders are looking for
Hey,
an edge rusher. They could get somebody proven in Hendrickson, and the Bengals could come in here and get another defensive player late in the first. I think it'd be solid.
bold, bold for sure.
But
I don't
you
hate
know,
it. I agree with you.
you've talked about Shamar Stewart and his comparisons to Miles Garrett. Now he plays the Browns twice a year, so we'll kind of get to see if he can actually live up to that.
Yeah, the Browns, Miles Garrett and Mason Graham, right? The more that I
Yeah.
think about it, the more that pick grows on me. Actually, I do like it a
hmm
lot.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Anyway,
that brings us.
refocusing. Shamar Stewart, I'm
Yeah.
happy with that. If anybody's gonna really, show him how to use that speed, that strength, all of those physicals that he's got, it's Trey Hendrickson, it's Al Golden, it's that defense. And Cincinnati's defense was abysmal last year, so this will be very good for them.
Yeah. I definitely agree. That does bring us now to the Seattle Seahawks. I had mocked Tyler Booker, but he did go to Dallas. What are they going to do? What is Seattle going to do?
Here's the
They're in a
deal
little bit of
with
a weird spot.
Seattle. They should take inside offensive line. If I know anything about their front office, they won't take offensive line.
Oh gosh.
They should take Gray Zabel, who's, in my opinion, one of the best guards in the class. John Schneider doesn't take linemen early, ever. Charles Cross was the exception, not the rule. And Charles Cross
Yeah.
has not been all that great. I'm hoping that they turn that around and they knock some sense into themselves, right? And they're like, oh well, maybe we should, protect Sam Darnold so he doesn't see ghosts again. I'm hoping, that's ideal. But I worry because I'm not sure that they're going to. I know receivers a possibility for them. We were talking about that when they first, brought in Cooper Kupp. We were like, yeah, they could probably use another receiver. And, wonder of wonders, Matthew Golden and Egbuka are both still on the board at 18. And at 18, I would have expected one of them to still be here, but not two. Both being
That's
on there
true.
is pretty impressive.
Burden is
I
also
could see
still up there.
Seattle. Yeah, at this point, if there's still Golden and Egbuka, I don't see Burden making it in the first round. I just don't know if there's enough need for the position.
All right. Well, Seattle's pick
Yeah.
is in, so we're going to find out here in
Maybe the
just a second.
Chargers, probably Green Bay. The Rams, I guess, could use a receiver. But
Possibly.
that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
They've got Puka and Devontae.
They've got bigger needs than receiver.
Yeah.
I think
and they've
Tutu
honestly
Atwell's
got a.
their slot.
Yeah, Tutu Atwell is still there, isn't he?
I'm for Gray Zabel here. Frankly, I'm not going to make a second guess because, in my opinion, that's the only right answer. Their inside offensive line was miserable last year. It's
They
not
have to.
set up to be good this year. It's got to be
And they
offensive
have
line.
to protect Darnold. Darnold will not he will not perform at all if they don't protect him
Did
here.
great with Minnesota, and Minnesota wasn't a league average line.
Yeah, but they also had top tier receivers.
Yeah. Gray Zabel! Gray Zabel! Gray Zabel!
Let's go. Okay.
Let's go. So, Gray Zabel.
They made a good
love
decision.
him. Big guy, 6'6". He's got decent arm span, not the best in the class, but it's average. I think it was like literally 75th percentile. The thing that's really special about him is while at North Dakota State, he played left tackle, right tackle, left guard, right guard. The only position he didn't play was center, and every team that really worked him out at snapping as well, because they're like, okay, if you've got, the guard positional, all we got to see is you snapping, and we can probably play you at center too. So I could see Gray Zabel playing left guard or center for the Seahawks. Anthony Bradford was a solid position at right guard for Seattle last year, so I don't hate them keeping him there. Oluwatimi at center was okay. It wasn't what they wanted though. But yeah, I think that he could play left guard or center. It's probably just going to be a, hey, let's get you into training camp. Let's see you kind of flex, see what you do. He's got incredible lateral movement, which I think is obviously a perfect fit for the Kubiak um, wide zone type of offense. He just came from San Francisco. I believe he was their passing game coordinator. Um, so I think that's a match made in heaven. I'm really happy they went offensive line because you could tell how worried I was. 'Cause that's
Yeah.
not Schneider's MO. He doesn't do linemen in the first round.
Well, and
So I'm
I'm
really happy
really
with this.
glad. Yeah, I'm really glad. I think especially now that they've signed Darnold. I mean, they had to. They had no other choice, if we're being honest. If they wanted to
Yes.
have a winning season at all, they have to protect Darnold.
Yes, I agree. Darnold, we saw what happened when teams said, "Oh, wait, we can just rush six and destroy all of his confidence." Like, it didn't take
Yeah,
that much. You give him some exotic blitzes, you bring a safety down, Darnold doesn't know what he's looking at anymore.
yeah. I
And
mean, Week 18
unfortunately,
against the
you
Lions
need
was
very
brutal.
well, and then first round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
They were incredibly bad when teams suddenly realized, "Oh, we just have to mix it up a little bit with pressure," and then he sees ghosts again. And the way that you're going to avoid that, I mean, he's running pretty much the same offense, just different verbiage with Seattle that he was in
yeah,
Minnesota. So it's not a worry of, oh, I have to learn something new. The worry is, are you going to be able to protect him well enough to give him time to get the ball to his receivers? And as we talked about, eh, they could have used another receiver, and they definitely could still take another receiver later in the draft. And so Darnold, it's not like he's got the strongest weapons in the league right now. So you need to prioritize protection so that he has the time, so he feels comfortable. Gray Zabel, in my opinion, is better than Tyler Booker. I'm a huge fan. There's definitely some, back and forth. He's NDSU, so he's a smaller school. It's, less
right.
competition, but I love him. I think he's an incredibly versatile lineman. If they run into an issue, he can swap out wide at tackle. Um, my pro comparison for him was Elton Jenkins, which is an incredibly old comparison, but I mean it. I mean it in every way. I see Zabel playing like Jenkins. Jenkins is an all-pro guard, and Zabel can and should in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. All right. Well, since Chicago, we've had a little bit more of a mix here, quite a bit more defense kind of mixed throughout. Edge, guard, DT, tight end, linebacker, defensive lineman, edge, guard. I think we're back to defense next with Tampa Bay. Seems to
I see it.
be
I agree.
what's likely to happen.
Yeah, we talked about that
Um,
offense was inconsistent, but not nearly as bad as the defense.
right. So that being said, what position do you think they're gonna aim for? Um, I had them mocked for Donovan Ezeruaku.
Yep.
It's the first time I've tripped over that name tonight. But they're
It had an
still
extra syllable, I think.
their pick is in. That just flashed up there. So their pick
I
is
had Shemar
in.
Stewart. Stewart has gone. I'm going to be honest with you. They struggled with injuries in the secondary. You know who's still left in the secondary?
Jade Barron and Will Johnson.
Either one. Either one. Just take one, please.
Yeah,
Jade Barron's
I'm
probably the
really
best.
surprised that they've slipped so far. I really did not expect that.
No, I didn't either. I mean, I definitely saw Will Johnson, falling some because of those injury concerns. But Barron,
Yeah,
what's going on here? The big thing for me, I think, with Jade Barron is likely his tackling. He's not the greatest at tackling. It's something that you can probably work on and develop pretty quickly, but he's a small guy, so it seems that he's kind of afraid to. He's always ankle tackling, and I think if that's the thing that's making him drop, I feel like that's a really big deal for all that. But I would have to assume that's what's tanking his stock. Will Johnson, on the other hand, I mean, yeah, at some point you look past the injury concern, right?
right.
Keep showing Shador. Poor guy hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, that's
At this
such a
point,
tough
surely he
slide.
goes to Pittsburgh.
It reminds me a bit of Will Levis last season, or 2 years ago. Sorry, where he
Except
was,
I don't think
in.
Shador falls to the second. I think
Well,
Pittsburgh is his.
I
floor.
agree. I agree. But just that expecting to be pretty high up there, maybe even top 10, and then just sliding and sliding and sliding and sliding, watching all these other positions and other guys go before you. I mean, it's got
Yeah.
to be tough.
And it hurts when everybody's saying the Giants need a quarterback, the Browns need a quarterback, and then they both take other players, and it's like, okay, now what? I'm just gonna
Well,
watch
and
15 guys go.
he watched as Jacksonville traded up for Travis Hunter, right? His teammate.
Yep. Yep.
You
Travis
know,
Hunter was the second overall, and Shador at this point, his floor is, I mean, where he goes is probably 21. At this point, I
yeah. If
think
I
it's
had to
even.
guess,
Yeah,
I
my
mean, they
money's on
have to.
21. I don't
They don't have a quarterback
really,
in the room
really
currently.
want to
So,
play Mason Rudolph. Yeah,
all
I
right. Well, here
guess
comes.
like I could see them saying that Shador isn't necessarily a scheme fit, but I think he'll be fine there.
I'm a little
All right,
worried with
my
their
money is on
offensive
Jade
line,
Barron.
but I like it. Oh my gosh, Emeka Egbuka. What in the world?
What are they doing?
The receiver room is so stacked already. Bruh.
Whoa.
There goes all my hopes and
Whoa.
dreams.
Whoa. Why?
Yeah, I don't understand that. You've got Mike Evans. You've got Chris Godwin back. You've got Jalen McClellan.
And
Is that his name?
McMillan from
McMillan.
Washington.
Like that's three
I don't get
like
it.
solid receivers.
Their offense was incredibly powerful last year. I'm not like again, I agree with the inconsistency, but I wouldn't necessarily put that on roster deficiency. There's a lot of
Fascinating.
need at defense. There's been a lot of picks where I'm like, oh, I would have done this, but I see it. This doesn't track to me. I
Yeah,
don't
I
really
think that's the
see
first pick where I'm like, I really disagree with that.
that's a pretty big head scratcher for me. Yeah, he fits the offense. Congratulations. So does all of the other receivers you have who are good. Why are you drafting a first round receiver when you've got a solid receiving core? I'm not saying it's the best in the league. I'm not saying it's,
I think it's
but
top
you're spending a
five.
first round top five. I could agree with that probably. I don't know. I guess they're worried because, they were missing Godwin and Evans for a couple of weeks, but that's an injury thing. That's
Right.
not like an every week thing. I don't know. He'll be good. I mean, he's definitely
Oh
going to make an
yeah.
impact pick.
He's an
But
incredible
I
slot
just
receiver.
you just spent like a high third on McMillan last year.
Yeah.
This feels
Interesting.
just a little confusing for me. Yeah.
Hmm.
Indeed.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say about this.
Yeah, that I've said what I can, really. I
The
mean,
Buccaneers taking Egbuka when Mike Green, Jade Barron, Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell,
when their defense was so
Malachi
inconsistent and
Starks.
spotty,
Like all
there
these
was
guys are still
literally, I mean,
available.
it was short. It wasn't like it was a massive long conversation, but there were literally weeks where, some people were like, "Whoa, is Todd Bowles' job safe?" Because he's the
Yeah.
defensive play caller. And I mean, that wasn't just me thinking that. Like a lot of people were saying that at times last year because the defense was so rough. And then they go and take a receiver. I don't. It just no. It makes no sense.
All right. Well, next up is the Denver Broncos. In this mock, I had them taking Tet McMillan. I had him dropping quite a bit.
I had
That's
Tet going to Green Bay. Yeah.
yeah. I had Green Bay taking Emeka Egbuka. So I mean, this is just really kind of wild. Do the Broncos bite on a running back at this point?
I
I mean, that's
see
like one of their
either
biggest
running back
needs.
or receiver. Running back or
Yeah.
receiver for me. Sutton is, their number one, obviously. Marvin Mims has been solid. Devon Vele for being a almost 26-year-old rookie coming out of nowhere. I think it was like a sixth or seventh rounder. He's been solid, but I think they could definitely use a receiver to actually round it out. See, this is different than Tampa. They actually do need a receiver.
Right.
But they could also definitely go a Marion Hampton here. I could even see them going Trevion Henderson. I would prefer Hampton if I was Sean Payton, but I see logic for Henderson as well. A running back here, yeah, I mean, it's a bit rich,
It
but we
feels
also saw
early.
Evan Genty go.
Well, okay, but there's a very big difference, right? Like Genty's up here and everybody else is like down here. They're not bad,
Yeah,
but they're not Genty. So it's I don't know. It feels early for them. It's a
it does,
possibility. I don't know.
but I mean, Denver's been talking about taking a running back for a while. Their running back room is weak. That was the worst part of the team by far. Like that's the thing about Sean Payton is he can make a bunch of mid receivers look good, and
Yeah,
that's what he did. And so it's like, okay, with a stronger receiving class, maybe wait until the second or third. Go take Trey Harris. Oh, Trey Harris in Denver would actually be really fun.
that's true.
And,
Oh shoot.
that's really intriguing, actually. Oh, Knicks to Trey Harris. I need it now. Anyway, um,
Yeah.
I really do see them going running back here. Sean Payton was talking about running backs last week, I think it was, and he was talking about, oh yeah, like it's a strong running back class. Running backs in the first makes sense this year. I think it's a move, and Omarion Hampton's a big guy. He's shades of Mark Ingram if we're trying to talk, Saints. I don't know. I could see it.
I think if they don't go running back or receiver, I could see them biting on Jade Barron
Just
or
off of
his
the fact that he's
nickel.
sitting around at 20.
That and his nickel ability.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see it.
Um,
Um,
I was looking at their depth chart. Obviously, they've got Pat Surtain, and he's incredible. And then they've got Riley Moss, who was surprisingly solid. Their current nickelback starter is Jaquan
I was
McMillian.
surprisingly solid. Sorry. Jaquan McMillan's good. He was not great. He
Yeah.
got burnt over the top more than once. Um,
Denver's pick is in, by the way.
there
Yeah,
he
I
is.
could see.
Sean
I mean,
Payton.
Jade Barron at 20 is such good value.
Yeah. Like you said, Hampton's a bit of a reach, but I think it fits their need the most. Here I am again
Yeah,
going, oh,
for
but their
sure.
need is like
But
that's
the
what they
need.
need. Their offense would
Yeah.
have been actually competitive against Buffalo if they had any semblance of a run game.
I
But
could also
Buffalo's
see Matthew
secondary is
Golden.
just so solid. Matthew Golden,
Stretch the field. Again, like maybe
I could see it.
that could also
Again,
help their run game some.
if you take a receiver now, there's going to be a run on running backs probably early to mid second. By the time you're picking again, you're going to be looking at Cam Scatabo, low second. I don't know about that. Maybe
Yeah.
Caleb Johnson sticks. I think running back is the move here, but whether it's Hampton or Henderson is still the question. I think it should be Hampton here because I mean that's a good pairing with McLaughlin. Um, who's not an every down back, but Hampton really can take those carries.
Yeah.
So
Jumping
I
back
could
up one pick.
receiver.
Um, I think Baker Mayfield is kind of a lock for top 5 fantasy football quarterback at this point. I mean,
I
he's
told you
already
he
been
is
top
my favorite
2.
player. I've loved him since he was a Brown.
Yeah. I mean, he was top 2 most of last season.
Oh, the fact that he came in the year after Tom Brady retired and put up very similar stats to the Super Bowl season says a lot about Baker as a passer. And now they just gave him another receiver.
Yeah.
Nothing else needs to be said here. He's going to be a
Honestly,
5,000-yard passer, honestly. Like,
just run 4 receiver sets all the time. Every
just don't
down.
run the ball. Just don't run the ball at all.
Throw Cade Otton out there too. Someone will be open.
That
And
is
if they're not,
Jahdae Barron at 20.
wow. Okay.
That's a
I
good
love
move.
it. Solid.
Yeah, we talked about, like I said, I think running back's a bigger need, but we talked about Jahdae Barron's a great fit in this defense. Uh, Again, all I can harken back to is versatility. I mean, he can play anywhere. He can play anywhere.
That's number 1
And
defense right
Vance
there.
Joseph,
It's just got to be.
Vance Joseph is one of the best secondary coaches in the NFL. If not, no, Vic Fangio. Yeah, one of the best at what he does in terms of secondary. Taking Jahdae Barron, whose tackling is not great, but his ball skills are incredible. His vision is elite. He one of my favorite things about him is he backpedals and follows routes like he's the receiver. He understands how a receiver moves so well. He's able to track that route. I mean, at the top of a route, a lot of corners, that are less refined will get a little bit slipped up there, and then they'll be able to catch up from speed. Barron has the speed, but he doesn't need it because he's just right at the top of the route. He's right there with the hook. He's right there with the post. He can follow him just fine, and he's got the speed to keep up on deep routes too. I love Jahdae Barron. Again, huge surprise. He fell all the way to 20. But I'm happy they took him here.
Yeah, I'm serious though with they've got Zach Allen, they've got John Franklin Myers, Jonathan Cooper, who kind of broke out last season, right? Alex Singleton, who's a great linebacker. Dre Greenlaw, they just added. They've got Talanoa Hufanga, who just came over from San Francisco. Then they've got Pat Surtain, Miley Ross, and now you add in Jahdae Barron. That's the number one defense in the league. I'm calling it now.
Weren't they like the third ranked defense last year?
Yeah, I believe so.
Vance Joseph alone coaches an elite defense. I mean, he just is such a good positional coach. He can bring the best out of anybody, especially that secondary.
Yeah.
And Jahdae Barron, I'm super excited. This guy could in a couple of years be leading the league in interceptions because with the coaching that Vance Joseph can give him, I only see him up. Pittsburgh's pick is already in.
And the camera is on Shedeur.
Immensely surprised if it's not Sanders here.
I mocked them taking Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I think they need somebody mobile. I honestly don't know that Shedeur will thrive in that offense. It's possible, but the less mobile quarterbacks have not done well lately.
With stationary quarterbacks before. And that's the thing about Shedeur is he's not mobile, but he has the ability to move around. And so if you want moving pockets and naked rollouts and stuff, Shedeur can execute those just fine. And Arthur Smith runs them. Arthur Smith, I don't think Shedeur is a bad fit there. Whether he's the best quarterback fit, I don't know. But also Pittsburgh's just in kind of a rough spot because Cam is the undoubted first overall, quarterback, and then there's a pretty large talent gap between him and Shedeur. So, yeah. I mean, at 21, it's really not bad value overall. Frankly, like it's. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all, and it's better than Mason Rudolph.
Do you think this? Scares Aaron Rodgers off?
Oh yeah, come on. Aaron Rodgers, his little feelings are going to be hurt. Whoa.
Holy cow!
No Shedeur. Derek
Oregon
Harmon.
defensive tackle Derek Harmon.
Honestly, great scheme fit. Congrats on the scheme fit. That's actually really a good fit. What the heck?
I mean, yeah, but they still don't have a QB.
Yeah, are they seriously gonna either go into the season with Mason Rudolph or still invite Aaron Rodgers back? Mike Tomlin is not the coach to deal with Rodgers' crap. I think that's why they haven't signed him. And Pittsburgh is like, dude,
sliding.
Yo, does he go in the first? At this point, a team trades up. Right, surely. Cleveland got a bunch of value from the Jacksonville trade, which I think it's definitely a trade up opportunity for Cleveland now that Shedeur slipped past Pittsburgh.
Wow, I mean, we were just saying his floor was 21, and now here we are.
Yeah, that's insane.
I think like the next most QB needy team is going to be the Rams, but I don't see them going quarterback. Right, like looking at this list.
Not with their other needs here. I mean, maybe just because Shedeur is around. maybe they weren't planning on going quarterback, but I also don't think they were planning on Shador dropping past Pittsburgh.
That's
So
true. I mean, we've definitely and we've seen that
maybe,
before, right? With like Puka, the shock that Puka fell to them, and they were like, "Oh, get this guy, jump on that."
I mean, it's the whole like, I mean, you never expect him to fall to your level, but if he's there, you at least consider, right?
I feel like you have to.
Yeah, I mean, but it's I feel like, I mean, they've got bigger needs. That's wild. I mean, I'm just shocked that Shador is not gone yet. I'm not saying
Okay,
he's a the best guy you've ever seen in terms of quarterback, but he should go in the first.
yeah.
Kinda rough. I don't know.
All right. We are going to take another quick break while it's on commercial and
Yeah.
while the Chargers consider who they're going to pick. So we will be right back. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We really appreciate it. We know it's starting to get late. We're having just a great time, though. Loving being here and processing all these crazy picks. So we will be right back in just a few minutes. Ready?
Yep.
All right. Okay.
I
So
think
Chargers. Yep. Go for it.
it should be a no-brainer. Jahdae Barron just went. We're talking about the corners. Who better to draft the other corner on the board and the guy who recruited him as a high schooler? Uh, Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh picked this guy out. He recruited him. He coached him to one of the best cornerbacks in the nation. It only makes sense that he picks the only Michigan guy left on the board.
I think that does make sense. Actually, they did just lose Christian Fulton to their division rivals, the Chiefs. They're going to be
Will
looking for.
Johnson is Christian Fulton on steroids.
Yeah, that's true. They're going to be looking for somebody to come in and fill that spot. I think Will Johnson has the opportunity to really come in and do that. They are taking their sweet time with the pick, though, so maybe they're kind of going back and forth. I could also see receiver. I know they just got Lad McConkey last year, but that receiving room still needs a little bit of help.
To be fair, we discussed it a couple of days ago. I feel like if they're going to take a receiver, Egbuka would have been the one. I feel like he's a great fit for that offense, and Egbuka's gone.
But again, he's the same type of player as McConkey. He's a slot receiver. I think they need
I
somebody.
guess.
I actually think Matthew Golden would be a good fit. Herbert
I'm
hasn't
so
really gotten
surprised
the
he's not gone yet.
opportunity. He hasn't gotten the opportunity to show off that deep ball ability in a little bit because of the lack of receivers in that room. I think it's a pretty solid option for them to be able to stretch the field again. Play action to open up the pass, the deep pass to Golden to open up the run, right? And you create a really nice cycle there. If I were the Chargers, I think I would actually lean a little bit more towards Matthew Golden for that reason.
I see it.
Now,
I see it.
Will Johnson is such good value at 22,
Again,
right? Like,
his medicals must have really scared some teams off.
yeah, that is actually a big
I'm
concern at
wondering if
this
he
point.
might not be ready. I'm wondering if he might not be ready for training camp is the conversation, which at that
Yeah,
point, yeah, you're losing valuable time. But again, if anybody's going to take him, it's a team that he knows the system already. And the Chargers are that.
they are coming down to the wire as well, though. They just passed 40 seconds left on the clock, coming up on 30 here. So they're going to have to make a decision pretty quick. Interesting.
Yeah, I bet they're probably
20
debating
seconds.
receiver versus corner.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure.
mean,
I mean, I could.
I feel like it has to be one of those two.
Yeah,
Okay, the pick is in. We're good.
I could
Coming
go
up here.
defensive line. There's not a lot of defensive line left that I like.
Yeah. I mean, Mike Green is still out there.
Edge, I mean, I don't think is their biggest need though. Tua Pelotu was actually weirdly good last year. I guess yeah. I mean, they could go Mike Green. I don't see him
Kind of
fitting
replace
as well in
Joey.
that defense.
Replace Joey
I don't
Bosa a
think
little bit
any-
there.
he could. He could. Again, corner looks like the safest bet to me, the no brainer, as I said. But
Yeah.
every time I say no brainer, I get toasted. So
Right. Yeah. I mean, we just passed pick 21 with the Steelers and they didn't take a quarterback. So, I mean,
at this point, the Chargers take Shador.
yeah, I have no idea what's happening anymore.
I
No, it'll
think. I
actually
think.
be Green Bay.
Trades
That's
back.
the real surprise.
Speed
Green
running.
Bay, Jordan loves Jordan Love.
Rodgers.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
you're 4 years into your career. We're gonna go ahead and push you out the door. You throw too many
Yeah,
interceptions. You suck.
right.
I'm kidding. Jordan Love
Oh,
is a talented
bye-bye.
quarterback.
He is.
That
He
hurt
didn't
me
look it last season.
deeply to say out loud. I won't say it again.
Speaking of Green Bay, though, where do you think they go with the next pick while we're waiting on the Chargers?
Receiver. You got Matthew Golden sitting on the top of the board right now.
Is Matthew Golden the right pick for them, though?
Actually, Matthew Golden might not be the right pick for them.
I don't think so.
Luther Burden could be a little bit of a reach, but they need an X.
I think at this point, now that Eggbook is gone, I don't think they go receiver. But the Chargers are making their selection right now. We're about to see who they picked.
Quarterbacks, dude. Take a freaking first-round receiver.
Running back, Omarion Hampton.
I actually love that. Actually, I don't. Actually, okay. Scheme-wise,
It's too
it fits.
early.
They also have Najee Harris.
Yeah.
Scheme-wise,
And
it's a
Dobbins.
great schematic fit. No, they let Dobbins go.
No.
Yep.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm
shoot.
95% sure. They let
right.
Dobbins go. Dobbins is a free agent.
Wow.
Yeah, they signed Najee Harris and Hassan Haskins, which
Hassan Haskins is not an
Najee
NFL running back at all.
Najee Harris with good blocking. I mean, he's just gonna like trundle his way down the field. So you got to have good blocking for him. But he's also a 300 carry player. Like he can do that. There's not a lot of guys who can do that. I feel like Omarion Hampton is. I don't know. I don't hate it. Omarion Hampton in the first, I'm not upset about. But him going to the Chargers, I kind of am. Because, I mean, he's faster than Najee Harris. But I guess I don't know. I don't know. They had a lot of places they could go.
All right. Well, now we have the home field team here. The draft is in Green Bay, and the Packers are on the clock. Just over 6 minutes.
I'm trade out of the first.
I
Well, so many head scratchers here in the like the mid to late.
Yeah, I'm hoping the last couple picks just kind of flow and make sense. Starting right
Please,
here,
my brain hurts.
what are they gonna do?
Shador.
No.
Um,
Oh
I
gosh.
don't know. I mean, I think they should. I think they should. It's a reach, but I think they should go Luther Burden because Luther Burden can be an X, and at this point, they need an X desperately because they don't have one.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying Jordan Love would be elite with an X, but he'd certainly look better. And
yeah,
it's
they
rare
don't
for me
really
to advocate
need.
for the Packers, so like, hear me out.
Yeah, I mean, Will Johnson would be a good addition. They don't need corner, but I mean, great value. I assuming that his, physicals are all right. Honestly, if their defense doesn't really have any major needs, maybe an edge.
Their defense was a good part of why they were in the playoffs last year. I mean,
Yeah,
they could possibly draft an edge, but that would be more of a developmental type of player, which you see late in
right.
the first. That happens, but it definitely feels like I don't know, you're not gonna reach for an edge who's not gonna start immediately. And Enigbare and Rashawn Gary are pretty solid in their positions. I mean, yeah, you've got a good linebacking core. I think you go offense for sure. And
I
if
think
you're
it has
looking
to be a
there, they have
receiver.
two great tight ends, two very solid running backs. You've got Jordan Love, which is Jordan Love. I guess you could go interior offensive line
Yeah,
or tackle. Actually, tackle makes more sense. 'Cause I'm not a fan of Sean Ryan, but Rasheed Walker was a mess last year. But
yeah,
I
but
mean,
are there tackles that are
the
worth?
question
Do they go
is
Josh Simmons?
Josh Connerly is very talented. Josh Simmons is more talented. The reason he didn't go top 15 is he's got a lot of character concerns.
Hmm,
And he has, I mean, everybody knew he was going to drop to the point where, I mean, I
interesting.
think the team that he is 100% going to land on is Kansas City because Kansas City doesn't care what character concerns you
That's
have. If you are a good
that's
football
where I
player, they will
mocked
draft
him.
you.
I didn't realize he had character
Um,
concerns. I thought that was all injury.
mhm. Oh, it's a lot of character issues. I don't think a lot of teams want to deal with that. Kansas City is like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna look past all of that because last year we failed at tackle. We drafted Kingsley Suamataia, and he was bad. So
Yeah, that's where I ended up
uh,
mocking him.
he was a high
Is the
second round
Chiefs?
pick, and he ended the season as a backup guard. It's not a good look. And so I
Yeah,
think Kansas City definitely goes tackle. I could see Green Bay going tackle here, but I mean, Josh Connolly is not a bad pick here. I wouldn't say it's a reach. It's right on, I think, but I still think they should take Luther Burden because that might be a little bit of a reach talent wise, but you need an X receiver and you don't want to risk a run in the early second round and then you're stuck with
yeah,
nobody when you're picking at 23 in the second.
yeah,
Because at that point, yeah, if you're just estimating who's going to go in the second, you're stuck with Jalen Royals maybe, and he's yeah. Luther Burden is significantly better in terms of just raw talent and developmental ability. I'm
yeah.
in the
They're
Luther
taking their
Burden
sweet
camp,
time
and if
though.
they go tackle, I won't be surprised
Yeah,
at all. No,
I'm trying to think what else they might even do. Like I'm just staring at this list. Like none of this makes any sense for them, which is
it's
weird because like they're not a perfect roster by any means. Like they have
yeah, the defense is
issues,
pretty good.
but I can't like spot a player that's like, yeah, this is gonna fill a hole. But they're all shaking hands in their draft room, so it looks like they have just finalized the decision, just got off the phone. So I expect they'll be running that pickup here in just a moment.
Luther Burden,
Oh, Luther Burden. I think it's got to be at this point.
right, right. They've got to take a receiver. They've
That's the only option, we said once more.
I definitely am not in the only option situation. The big thing about Luther Burden, he needs some work for his route tree. He definitely is not a all levels receiver yet, but he has the ability to become an X receiver in very short time if he goes to the right team. And again, I hate complimenting the Packers, but Matt LaFleur is an incredible offensive mind.
Yeah, he
And
is.
Jordan Love has the
Pick his
arm.
in.
Jordan Love has the arm to match that. So I'm all for receiver. I can see them going tackle, Josh Connerly. At this point, yeah, I just don't think they go edge. For some reason, I'm like going, okay, they could, there's good edges on the top of the board right now, so like it's good value, but I don't want them to because they've got edge.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Rashawn Gary's great.
Jeff
Oh, it's
Hafley
such a
loves
weird
his
spot.
long edge rushers. Aziraku was also a Boston College edge when Jeff Hafley was the
Yeah,
head coach there. Again, I
yeah.
hate the weird feeling in my stomach that they're about to go edge. And it's even funnier because like I don't want Green Bay to do well. So I'm sitting here like, yeah, take an edge, but I want them to do the right thing.
Do you really want them taking an edge when Caleb Williams was the most sacked quarterback last season? Is that what you want?
Hey, hey now. The right move here is a receiver, no matter what.
I agree. I agree. Jordan Love needs a real weapon.
It's maybe a reach for Burden, but it's worth it.
I can
I
also
don't
see
know.
Golden though. There's such a weird spot they're
I
in.
could see it. I just don't see him as an X. So you're just adding to the room of not X's.
Yeah. Alrighty,
He's
well here
not.
comes the pick.
Yeah.
Goodell is at the podium. Okay, he's introducing. Oh, okay. The president and CEO for the
Yeah, president. I forget his
Packers.
name. Murphy?
Yep, Mark Murphy.
Yeah. I said I forgot his name, but then I didn't.
Oh, interesting. Ian Rappaport just reported that Will Johnson has been slipping because of long-term concerns about his knee. So that really
Yep.
is
That's
a
what I
reason.
figured. You sit down with the medical team and it was a nasty injury. And it's unfortunate because he's such a good corner. He's incredibly talented. He besides Travis Hunter should have been the first corner off the board if he hadn't gotten hurt. And
Yeah.
that's it hurts. What are we looking at here? Mark, stop talking and give us a pick. Come on now.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
I just don't want the Packers logo on the screen anymore.
Yeah,
Take
can
an
you believe
edge.
you're on the same screen as the Packers logo. You're surrounded by the green and
Yeah,
yellow.
well. Typical game at Soldier Field. I'm sorry.
Ah, got him.
Yeah, right. It's got to be a receiver, right?
It
Right.
has to be.
I feel like I'm convincing myself of something that's not going to happen. I have this awful turning feeling in my stomach. It's going to be a Zuraku, and it's just going to be like,
If
okay.
I
I
just
mean,
believe hard enough.
he fits your defense. He knows your defensive coordinator, Jeff Hafley, but you've got a really strong edge group. You don't need him. It's rich to draft
Yeah.
somebody at 23 that you don't need.
Matthew Golden. There it is.
There we go. That's a good draft.
All right. Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
I can see it.
What are your thoughts on him?
I mean, I think it makes sense. He feels a little bit similar to goodness, what's his name? Jaden Reed. In terms of the speed, but Jaden Reed doesn't quite stretch downfield as much as they use him more as like a gadget, right? He's running sweeps, end arounds. He doesn't quite have they don't use him in the same way that they could use Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
Again, it still feels like they're missing that like number one receiver. I don't know. It's a weird spot to be in.
The thing with Golden is, I mean, 2.5, 3 months before the college football playoff run for Texas. I don't think anybody was looking at him as an X receiver. And then he just toasted everyone in the playoffs. Uh,
Right.
and it was just that combination of solid route running, dangerous down the field speed, and he has, for being like 5'11" or whatever it is, he's got a pretty impressive high point. So I think in terms of fit, they can definitely use him, or where they've definitely been trying to use Christian Watson. So it's not exactly an X position, but it's more of that, like, we're going to put you downfield. We're going to split you down the safeties. We're going to try to use you in that like big playmaker type of position. And I'm not mad about it. Again, I think Burden would have been better because he's just got that great route running tree. He's physical. He's that real boundary receiver. But Matthew Golden's
Yeah.
not a bad move at all. It,
No.
it diversifies the receiver room.
Yeah. And I think they need a little bit more of a spark there. So, I mean, I think whoever they brought in at receiver was going to be a good move for them. Um, yeah, that one's really interesting.
I hate the Packers. I hate the Packers.
I need to write that down. I've been keeping track of all of these here. Okay, so that does bring us now
down.
to Minnesota. Minnesota Vikings
Yes.
are on the clock. In my mock draft, I had them taking Malachi Starks, and I actually still like that pick.
I think I had Starks too, and I also still like it. Nope. I was gonna have them take Starks, but I had Walter Nolan falling to 24, so I gave them Nolan because I felt that if Nolan or Kenneth Grant were still around at 24, but I also didn't expect Grant to go so high.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Starks here. Josh Metellus is not the strongest in coverage. And Harrison Smith is getting older. I think that Malachi Starks in Brian Flores' defense is definitely more of a deep zone cover like Smith has been the last couple of years as he's been getting older, rather than that box safety like Metellus was playing. So it's definitely kind of like a let's kind of slowly phase you in, and then on their multi DB roles they can kind of throw him in as well. But I think it's a good value here for them, and I think he's built for that single high position type of safety. So I think it's a good fit for Minnesota.
Yeah, I agree. Or there's always a chance that they go Shador. They haven't, maybe they're not fully confident in JJ McCarthy.
If they weren't confident in him, they would have taken Rodgers by now.
To finish the Brett Favre arc.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I saw when I was listening to Brett Coleman's mock draft that he did, he actually had them taking, I think it was Luther Burden, and then trading Jordan Addison. He said like that was the caveat.
Ooh.
He was like, I think they want a receiver and they'll trade out Jordan Addison because Jordan Addison's been so explosive that a team is going to want to pay for him, right? And it was that whole, we can develop receivers. Let's, flip him for picks. I don't know if I liked it, but it's intriguing at the very least.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of trading Addison. I think he's the second best wide receiver 2 in the NFL behind only T. Higgins.
Devontae Smith.
I think he's better. I think he's miles better. The Vikings pick is in, by the way.
I'm not going to argue this with you because the Vikings pick is in. You're wrong.
I think Jordan Addison could be most teams' wide receiver 1. He just happens to be on the same team as Justin Jefferson.
I think
trading him would be just the worst option for them.
If they took Mike Green,
I think it's an option. They need help in the
Flores.
trenches on both sides. I could also see them going Josh Connerly, also, in all honesty. Just because they need help in both trenches. I'd like to see them shore it up a little bit. It's not their biggest need.
At. I could see Connerly switching in the guard, but tackle they're good at. And Will Fries was a free agent.
Guard Donovan Jackson. Ohio State.
Wow. That's a bit of a reach, but he instantly replaces Brandel at left guard, I guess.
Yeah.
I like it. I
I
like it.
mean,
Yeah, no, so Ohio State, I mean, they run pretty much the same like running schemes, give or take. So I mean, I'm not upset by that actually. It's a pretty good situation for them. Um, I need to think about that a little bit. Yeah, Blake Brandel seemed like he was in line to be a decent starter. I'm curious what they plan to do with him now because I don't see them replacing Price because they just brought him in from Indianapolis.
yeah.
Interesting, interesting, interesting. I don't disagree with it. Offensive line is good for Minnesota. We saw them get torn apart late season last year. Um, yeah, Donovan Jackson, I think best fit left guard. Hmm. I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't know
Really
about
quick before
first
we
round.
discuss who the Texans might take, I wanted to go through the list of players who were invited to the draft and go through
There's
who
a decent
hasn't been picked
amount
yet.
who didn't make it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking at
Who we
Jihad
have on the
Campbell,
list?
still hasn't been picked.
Yeah.
Um, Maxwell Hairston,
Campbell's medicals, that was massively publicized. I mean, he is equivalent to a piece of Swiss cheese in terms of his ability to stay healthy.
Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky, hasn't been picked. Will Johnson obviously has been slipping. And then Jalen Milrow and Malachi Starks, I think, are the only other
Yeah.
two. Yeah. I'm really surprised Milrow got invited. That one feels really strange to me, given the fact that we were pretty much looking at there were only really two quarterbacks who were expected to go in the first. Maybe three if the Steelers had gone for Dart, but it didn't feel like Milrow was a first round quarterback, at
No,
least
I
from
was
the feeling I
incredibly
was getting.
surprised when he got invited. Oh, so Jack just informed us that the Giants have traded back into the first round. That's a quarterback
Oh
right
my
there.
gosh.
That's
Yeah, they're going
Shador.
Shador.
That's Shador.
Holy cow.
The
Also,
Houston Texans just traded out of 25.
CJ Stroud is dead, right? That's what that means. He's officially dead for 2025.
They did some decent work on their O line.
Did they? Did they do
Decent
anything?
work isn't great work. Yeah. Remember they brought in
Cam
Cam Robinson.
Robinson.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's
I
all,
think.
folks.
I guess Jarrett Patterson has been a very good center for them. Juice Scruggs has been also Swiss cheese and not the greatest guard. Yeah, CJ Stroud might not
I mean, they just straight up downgraded at left tackle. That's the
ever
only
be
thing they've
upright.
done.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's
But it's
not
okay
like
because they
okay.
got Christian Kirk.
I expect Josh Connerly at this point to fall out of the first. Houston probably doesn't want Josh Simmons. So maybe they expect,
Yeah,
you know, if the Giants, right, the Giants are selecting at third in the second round, maybe they expect they'll be able to get a tackle first thing tomorrow.
I suppose. Um, I don't know. That's such a weird move. I was expecting the Texans to try to trade up, honestly, to get one of the higher quality offensive linemen. And now here we
Whoopsies.
are. They don't have a first round pick at all.
Yeah, that didn't work out the way that you thought it would.
What a disaster.
Yeah, that's not the greatest draft strategy in my opinion, but what do I know? The
The
Giants
door's
pick is
wide
in.
open for the Titans.
There
Oh,
is
all
there
right.
is
Here we
no
go.
option other than Shador Sanders. If it's not Shador Sanders, then what are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, it's has to be. Officially, the Giants got pick number 25. The Texans got 34, 99, and a 2026 third rounder.
They got 34.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's second pick.
Yeah. So they're just ahead of the Titans, too, in that spot.
Yeah, that's surely they take Connerly there. I think Connerly's gonna go in the first, right? I mean, ooh, the Rams, I don't think need him. The Lions could be tempted, but I think they have bigger needs. And then
All
if
right.
KC
So
doesn't beat Josh Simmons, but I see no reason why they wouldn't, because he's
the Giants
top half talent.
already got Abdul Carter. What is the move
Who would
here?
they select? It's got to be Shador.
It's gotta be. Once again, we're back to saying that.
It's gonna be Jackson Dart. Dude.
It's gotta be. Oh
It's
gosh.
gonna be Jackson Dart.
I I can't believe that. I just cannot.
You know, it's actually, I hate to say it, but Jackson Dart might actually fit in the Giants' offense better. Both of them are decent fits, but Jackson Dart might be the better pick here. And poor Sanders is just going to keep dropping.
Dang. His
I
papa's
don't
not
know.
gonna be happy about that.
His papa wasn't happy the moment he did not go first.
Goodell's gonna get some nasty calls, isn't he? He's gonna have some voicemails.
Right. You let my
All right.
son.
Well, the Giants pick is in. We're just waiting to find out what it is.
It's got to be Shador. I mean, again, I feel like it might be Jackson Dart.
Gosh. I'm like refreshing everything, trying to figure out what it is. Oh, interesting.
It'll show on the TV at some point.
The
Until
Falcons
verified as
just
Jackson
traded
Dart.
up, by the way. The Falcons
In the
traded up
first?
to 26
Ooh.
with the
Okay.
Rams. Yeah.
So the Rams are out of the
So they'll
first.
be yep.
What if the
So
Rams?
the Rams are out of the first and the Falcons will be back up after the Giants.
Okay, so weird thing. What if the Rams were going to get a quarterback and then the Giants hop skipped them?
It's possible.
And so they traded out.
Huh. My stream broke. What happened?
Jackson Dart.
Oh my gosh.
Jackson
Are you
Dart is the new
serious?
Giant. I am completely
Oh,
serious.
Shador. I actually feel kind of bad for him.
I feel really bad. Oh, I hate this. I hate this because it's a good fit. And Shador might not go in the first at this point in time. Surely somebody trades up for him, right? Because you want that fifth year option at the very least.
I figure. The Falcons trade, by the way, that puts them on the clock now. They traded 46, 242, and a first rounder for next year for 26 and 101. Trading their first round pick is kind of crazy.
It is. It is. Here's the deal with Jackson Dart. He's got prototypical size, and he's got very good mobility. You know, he moves really well. He's got a solid arm, not the strongest arm, but he's got a good arm. But he was in a mostly option based offense, and the Giants run essentially like an Andy Reid esque West Coast. So it's gonna be very different for him. But in terms of timing, that's what he was doing with the option based. It was just a little bit different in the build up to that timing. So yeah, I mean his footwork is gonna play really well into this offense. The biggest thing for me is one of the things that like Gable brought over from Andy Reid and Mike Kafka is eh, they like the deep ball. They do, and Jackson Dart, I mean, he struggles to drive that ball sometimes. And I think that at the NFL level, it's going to be a lot harder for him to hit windows because it's not college anymore, and he doesn't have Trey Harris anymore.
Well, not yet.
Not yet. It's yeah. I mean, I'm not upset about it. I'm surprised. I feel really bad for Shador.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Wow. Yeah. That does put the
I'm
Falcons back
shocked.
up on the clock at this point. The Falcons previously took Jalen Walker, What is the move
won
now?
now. It's a great question, actually. I mean, I was so stuck on they'd better take a freaking edge rusher that I didn't even consider they'd get back into the first.
Yeah, I mean, is now the chance to go Mike Green? I mean, they kind of already got that in Jalen Walker. They kind of have a.
They don't need another edge. Oh, what if they take Malachi Starks?
It's possible, but they already have Jesse Bates, right? Like, two of the same player just doesn't make a whole
Ah,
lot of sense to me. But they traded up for a reason, right? Like they're hopping over the Ravens, the Lions, the Commanders. I think they're going edge.
again?
I really do. I think so.
So maybe Raheem Morris is like, no, 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 this is our off ball, and now we're going down rusher, which
Yeah.
is not bad. It's very Raheem Morris of him.
Right, because like the next four teams all need edge in the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, and Bills.
So they wanted to trade over him. That
They
actually
wanted to trade up,
makes a lot of
get their
sense.
guy before they lost the opportunity. So I think it's going to be Mike Green or James Pierce Jr., maybe Ezeruaku. All three of them are still on the board.
Yeah, I could see it. That's exciting. I did not expect the Falcons
Or
to trade back in though.
yeah, no, that's wild. There it is, James Pierce Jr. Yep, got their edge.
Wow, James Pierce. It's not the biggest reach in the world, but it's. I mean,
I
definitely.
mean,
I
I had
mean,
him
yeah. I
going.
guess it's more of a scheme fit than Mike Hall, but Izuruku could have been a good fit there.
Well,
It's
they also just
interesting.
compared him to Leonard Floyd, which is interesting. That is a good
Yes.
fit
Yes.
for Atlanta. But I had James Pierce going 2 picks later with the Lions, so it kind of feels like they knew he was about to go. They wanted him, and so
Now
they
the
swooped
Lions.
in.
Now the Lions have got to be frustrated because edge is pretty much their biggest need
I mean, Mike
by
Green is
far.
still out there. He's solid. Ezeruaku is still out there. He's solid.
Yeah,
Now
Mike
the
Green
real question is, what do the Ravens do? Does Harbaugh steal Will Johnson from his brother?
does Will Johnson slip out of the first at this point?
If it's possible.
That would hurt.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah,
So
I'm that's an interesting move by the Falcons. I'm happy with it. I mean, that's good for them. James Pierce is a really
yeah.
great fit, honestly. So now, like you said, Baltimore is sitting. They could go edge. Ziraku has that length that they like.
Hmm.
Um, I guess interior defensive line is also a need. They just had Michael Pierce retire, but it would be a reach to go Darius Alexander here.
Yeah.
Oh, he does fit their scheme really well.
Do they I don't they don't go receiver, do they? They don't try to ditch Bateman and pick up Burden?
They just extended Bateman. They don't wanna go receiver. No. They just also brought in D Hop, which isn't like as good as D Hop 3 years ago would have been, but still. I mean, the offensive line is pretty solid. Andrew Voorhees was middling last year, but I don't see them going interior here. Again, it's a
No.
reach. The best lineman on the board is probably Tate Ratledge at
They
interior,
can't
and
go
that's a
offense.
big old reach.
They just don't go
For
offense, right?
the first time in 8 years, their defense was actually the weak part of their team.
Do they go Jihad Campbell? What do you
He'd
think
be
about
better than Trent
Campbell?
Simpson. He's a lot
Yeah.
better than Trent Simpson.
I think Campbell next to Roquan Smith. I mean, that's a duo right there.
No, that is incredibly powerful. That's a good move. They would be, I mean, almost 1-to-1 replacing Patrick Queen.
Yeah. And I mean, like I talked about with Campbell in the linebacker episode, I mean, his play recognition is so strong. I mean, he'd be a great addition to the defense because their corners are pretty solid, right? They've got Nate Wiggins, Oh, they just signed Chidobe Awuzie. That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, their corners are good.
Maybe they go
I
safety. They've got Kyle Hamilton, but Ardarius Washington, I mean, he's good, but I could see them going Starks. Well, they need a strong safety, so maybe Emin Wari is the answer. Nick Emin Wari would actually
I
be
don't
kind of crazy on that defense.
possibly, like you said though, linebackers a bigger need and possibly edge. I could see it, but I definitely, Azuruku's still on the board. Mike Green is still on the board. Mike Green doesn't really fit their defense, but he's there. Azuruku is definitely a fit. And then Jihad Campbell, I like it. They could go safety, but I feel like that'd be a reach even for Starks, just because they've got safeties.
Well, and Starks is more of a free safety, which is why I think he's less likely in this case because Kyle Hamilton does play free most of the
Not
time.
put him anywhere near the box, please.
Yeah. But I mean, just like if we're just saying like who could you plug and play immediately and they'd have the biggest impact on the defense, I think Nick Emin Wari might be it. I think it's a reach. I don't think they will.
Definitely a reach. Now Washington, 2 picks from now.
Yeah. I think they're going to
That's
go
the move.
edge. Unless they feel like they've got something with Hendrickson that they're going to be able to bring him in. But it just doesn't seem like it's super likely at this point. I don't know. I mean, we could see another big trade.
Not a division rival.
No, Washington. Washington bringing in
I thought you were saying
Hendrickson.
Baltimore. I was like,
No.
Yeah. I'd be surprised.
If Washington could bring in Hendrickson.
Here's the deal. They're 2 picks away, and Mike Green's still on the board.
That's true. But, maybe the Bengals are, if they want that pick to be able to get Mike Green or Malachi Starks, I could see them trying to trade back up into the first, like I had talked about with one of my mocks previously. So,
yeah, possibly. I mean, this is the part of the draft where it's like, okay, you're drafting for tools. You're drafting for who do I want a 5th-year option on. You don't have those blue chips in the bottom of the first.
Right.
So it's really who am I looking for the 5th-year option? That's why the Giants traded back up Dart.
The Ravens pick is in.
I don't see a gap for anybody else to trade into the first to take Shador. I think all these teams want to stand pat because they have needs.
Yeah, so I mean, you go down the list. You've got Lamar, you've got Goff, you've got Daniels, Allen, Mahomes, and Hurts. None of these teams need quarterbacks.
Well, and it's less about the teams here, but I mean, if Cleveland's knocking at the door trying to call and trade, again, these teams, all of them have needs in the first round. They need a player here. Most of them need edge. And so I think all of them are going to want to stand still here and not trade. So I mean, if Cleveland's trying to trade up, if somebody else, I mean Pittsburgh, I doubt it, but if Pittsburgh's trying to trade up, I don't see it because these teams all have needs here.
Yeah, I mean the good news for like Cleveland is they hold picks 33 and 36.
Right. They've got 2 early picks. The problem is, again, though, you want that 5th-year option, especially on a quarterback.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, it might be too late for that. I wonder if the Giants were competing with the Browns to trade up.
There's a good chance, yeah. All right, here comes Goodell with the Ravens selection.
It's got to be Azuruku, right? Malachi Starks.
I don't know. I could see it going a couple different ways, like I said.
Malachi Starks. I think you're a little
behind. I think Starks is way less likely than Emin Wari just because of the position.
It's Malachi Starks. You're a little behind.
Oh, shoot. Yep, mine is behind. Wow, that's really interesting. My bad. Do you think they kind of push Hamilton over to more of a strong safety position then?
Hamilton is flexible enough to do so. Absolutely. It means they don't believe in Ardarius Washington, which doesn't really surprise me, but I figured they try to go edge here because the need. But no, I mean Malachi Starks, he's incredible in coverage, and when McDonald is so versatile with what coverages he runs, Malachi Starks will find a place. It's not necessarily he's going to be single high. It's not necessarily he's going to be next to Kyle Hamilton, but he will find his place because Mike McDonald loves his safety rotations and his DB coverages, and uh, I think it's going to be an interesting place for him because I wouldn't necessarily place him into the positionless category like I would Hamilton. Like Hamilton can play so many different positions. I wouldn't really put
Right.
Starks there, but Starks is a pure safety, which gives them the flexibility to, you know, play Hamilton around as a chess piece.
Yeah. All right. Well, that does bring us up to we've got 5 picks left. Sitting at 28 is the Detroit Lions, whose biggest need, like we've said, is probably edge.
I'll take Shador
Still
Sanders.
available. You know what's crazy is I think that actually like there is a mild possibility for that.
I hate that as soon as I said it, it kind of clicked that like they might. The only thing is, Goff is a couple of years away from being a cheap out. Right now, it's a bunch of dead money for them to move on from him. So I'm not sure they take a quarterback in the first round
I don't
with
think they
Goff
move
still being
on, but they back him up. I mean, think about they drafted Hendon Hooker just a couple years ago, and they were clearly not happy with him.
They drafted Hooker in the third. There's a big difference there.
I mean, sure, but
Hooker was a developmental. Shador is ready to start.
I mean, it's possible.
I think edge is reasonable. Marcus Davenport has struggled with injury. They did bring him back, but I mean, you just can't guarantee he's gonna stay. Bringing in
Yeah,
an edge who can be a rotational and kind of develop. I keep saying his name.
and Hutch is
Zurku.
recovering from a broken leg, so
Yeah, he was running though. I think he's gonna be functional by training camp.
oh, for
But
sure,
having
yeah,
another edge
but
there is gonna be good for them. I think they should definitely go defense because they need inside offensive line pretty bad, actually. But again, it's a huge reach to go Ratledge or Umbo here.
yeah,
Huge, huge reach. And then offensively they're set. Like you said, quarterback. Hate that it kind of does make sense.
is
But I don't think
who's that center out of Georgia? Jared Wilson, is that right?
Jared Wilson.
I've seen a lot of really good stuff about him. If he falls low enough, I could see the Lions going for him in the second.
Yeah, they got Ragnow.
I mean, he's getting a little older though, and Jared Wilson, he's probably going to require a little bit of development. So I think he'll be a really
Possibility.
solid center once he does get a little bit of time. So I think it'd be a
I
good
could see it.
investment for them.
For Detroit here though, I mean, edge makes most sense.
Yeah, probably
Interior, like Tyler
Izuruwaku.
Williams at Ohio State would be a reach. Azuruku has the length. He fits
Yeah,
their scheme better than Mike Green, in my opinion.
he plays pretty similarly to Hutch, I think,
Mm-hmm.
with his like
Good
aggression
hand
and the way he
usage.
uses his body. Yeah,
Yeah.
his hand usage is really good too. Kind of crazy. I had Mike Green going 10th, and he's still not off the board.
Yeah, I thought Mike Green would go a lot higher. I guess people are a little concerned about the fact that he's from Marshall.
The Bears might get a shot at him at 39 or 41.
My knowledge, there was no injury concerns there, but possibly because I feel like what he put on tape was good enough that feels a little strange for him to be dropping so far. And
Yeah, I
again,
mean, he hasn't
poor,
dealt with
poor
any,
Shador and Will Johnson.
from what I just found on Mike Green. Nope, different guy. Don't listen to me.
What? Don't listen
That
to
was a
me.
hockey player.
Hey, the Lions draft room is kind of fun.
Their pick is in also, which is interesting. That was decently fast once they moved off of Starks.
Gotta be a Zuriku. I just think, I mean, you can't rely on Davenport being healthy. Davenport is older, the perfect, you know, uh, other side to Hutch. Zuriku needs a little bit more development, which I think is good when Hutch was averaging a sack a game last year. That's going to give him the space to develop a little bit. In my opinion, that's
Defensive
the fit right
tackle,
there.
Tyleek Williams, Ohio State.
That's a reach. I literally just a second ago was like, they could go DT, but that's a bit of a reach to go Tyleek Williams. Huh. I like it. He is discount Derek Harmon. He's incredibly
Okay, but
strong at the point of attack. Stadium?
so now what that means for the Commanders is they just have their pick of Zeruaku. That's just the pick, right?
Or do they go Emin
I mean, I would love Emin Wari in Washington.
Emin
Holy
is
moly!
Dan Quinn's star. That's his safety linebacker guy.
Yeah, I would love that. I just think they really need a pass rusher still. I'm a little worried about that for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of issues on defense, unfortunately. Like it wasn't some kind of easy fix for them for by any means. They had a decent amount of problems. Their secondary was good, but yeah, I mean, pass rush was not great. Their linebackers were average. There's a lot of things that they
I
could do
mean,
here. It's got to be
Bobby Wagner
defense,
was
though.
phenomenal still for his age.
Yes, for his age. I mean, he's 35, 36.
He's something like that.
I
Let's find
think it's
out
got to
here.
be defense.
He's
Because
34. He turns 35 in June.
got it. Yeah, I mean, offensively, they seem pretty set in my opinion.
Yeah.
You swap to the defensive side. I forgot they signed Dietrich Wise, but he's definitely not a pressure rusher.
No. I
And
could
I mean, you
see a
expect
running
a lot
back.
more pressure from the linebacker. Not with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. I feel like they're pretty happy with their run game here.
I don't know. Eckler, he's such a weird player currently.
I don't think he was
I
bad
don't know.
last year.
He wasn't bad. No, not by any means.
He also was hurt for some of the year, so I don't necessarily blame him for his down year. Again, I'm looking at defense here. I think Emin Worry makes sense. I could see them going corner. I think Lattimore is soon to be out of his contract. They haven't, I think, extended him since acquiring him. And then Igbenogany, I just don't. Yeah, that's not the greatest corner there.
I like Igbenogany, but
And here's something to consider. Do
mhm,
they go G.I. Campbell?
it's possible. I mean, I think I brought that up even during the linebacker episode.
You
I don't
did.
remember if I did or not.
I'm
But
fairly certain you did.
I mean,
It's a
Wagner is starting to
situation.
get older.
Wagner is getting older. Campbell has the ability to play Mike.
Yeah.
Again, the injury concerns are pretty scary with him. But if they feel that they're safe, in terms of injury, he could be a move here. I think you said Azuraku kind of early, and then we moved forward pretty quick from that. But I could see it.
Campbell's only had one major injury, in fairness.
Right, and that's the injury that everybody's worried about because in a lot of testing, he was still displaying issues with it. That
Mm.
was, I think, a couple of weeks ago that they were talking about that.
I mean, it was also like right at the end of this year or last year. So we're only 4 months removed from that injury as well.
Right.
Um,
think
so
I
as
think
like an
Edge is the move.
investment, yeah, I agree. I would love Emin Worry here though. Oh my gosh.
Now, Buffalo, I don't think Edge is their biggest need, but it's tough for them to justify taking, I guess, inside offensive. No, inside. No, sorry. It's hard for them to justify taking anything because a lot of it is a reach. But I mean, we saw Tyleek Williams go in the first, so there's that.
Washington's pick is in. All right. Final calls.
I'm gonna have to go with Azuriku, Boston College.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I agree. Um,
It's not. I'm sad.
yeah, they need the pass rush. I mean, maybe they bring in Jihad Campbell and I don't know, but
Yeah, I think it's a possibility, but I think they're gonna probably prioritize linebacker later and or in a future year. It's not a super strong
yeah.
linebacker class, so it's
Yeah,
like,
and they
okay,
still have Luvu and Wagner, so
yeah, is
it's not the
Campbell
biggest
worth
deal
taking in the
currently.
first? And if Campbell's not worth taking in the first, you're probably not gonna get a day one starter anywhere past this round.
Right.
Not in this draft class.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen the way that the linebacker class is really weak this year.
All right. Well, here comes Goodell with the selection. Let's see what the
And these
Commanders
late
are
picks have
doing.
caught me off guard. They've surprised me.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, I
Interesting.
like that. I like that. They're
Wow.
they're definitely gonna consider
Tackle
moving him inside.
Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon. So they
Well, Brandon
traded for
Coleman.
Laramie Tunsil,
Yeah,
and now they've got Josh
hate it
Connerly.
actually. Connerly, I think projects better to guard. Um, uh, I know a lot
You
of
think they'll
teams were
throw him
talking
in
about
for Cosme since Cosme's injured?
how long is Cosme going to be injured for. I thought he was going to be back by the beginning of the season.
I don't remember.
I'm fairly certain he's back. I guess, yeah, Brandon Coleman was okay at tackle last year as a rookie. I really thought that they were gonna give him another chance to start. I could see them replacing Allegretti, and
I
or
thought he was solid
this is
though.
a this is a he. Yeah, he's getting older. I think the most likely is he can play tackle or guard. So they're going to bring him in, just kind of see where he fits. And it's kind of unlikely that he starts this year. Is possibly the plan.
Wow.
Where it's we're gonna build you up. We're gonna make sure you fit here. Tunsil's older. Brandon Coleman, I think, gets another year before they really make a decision on whether he's a starter. But I could see a competition here: Brandon Coleman and Josh Connerly. But again, I like him at guard more.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a wild pick, honestly.
Hate it.
Okay.
Scheme-wise, it fits.
So the Bills are gonna go as Aruaku. And I know I've said that like 12 times in a row or something goofy like that, but
Well, it's because he's best on the board, and people keep skipping him. I mean,
yeah,
I
but
don't know. I still don't get why Detroit passed him over. That's the
yeah, I
biggest
don't
one for
know.
me where I'm a little confused. Tyleek was a reach. Big one.
Yeah, but currently the Bills have Michael Hecht and Larry Ogunjobi both suspended for
Mhm.
I think 6 games. So that's one defensive
Yeah.
tackle and one edge.
I mean, Ogunjobi was definitely going to be a rotational player here for them. Like, they've got a beefy defensive line. I'm not worried about Ogunjobi being suspended. You've got Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver. Like, you're fine. You're
Right,
fine,
right.
interior.
But
Your pass rush
on
might be
the
a little
edge,
worrisome because I think at this
yeah,
point, Joey Bosa is at the point in his career where he's not a three down edge rusher anymore.
yeah, I don't
Greg
think he's
Rousseau is.
much of a factor.
Rousseau is getting better every year, actually, but I think Joey Bosa at this point is we'll put him in on clear passing downs so that he can just chase after the quarterback. But I don't think he's gonna play as many snaps as he used to, as he did just last year. So I could see them going edge here, especially considering I think Bosa was only a year contract. So it's the situation of you're older, we're gonna bring you in, hope you win a ring with us, but we're also gonna bring in the guy who's gonna start for years to come.
Yeah.
Again, Azuraku should not be this low. He should have been gone
Right.
mid-teens at the latest. So I'm happy with him here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what caused that slip.
I mean, there were a couple of trades back in that kind of mixed stuff around. The Giants trading definitely threw stuff off.
Speaking of
Falcons
which,
prefer James Pierce, which I think is valid. Azuraku is not as much of a fit as James Pierce is for Raheem Morris. That doesn't surprise me.
two things. One, the Bills pick is in. And number two, Giants head coach Brian Daboll just announced that Russ will be the starter for the Giants.
Wow.
Despite trading up for Jackson Dart, they're sticking with Russ.
You know, they got the 5th-year option, so they're kind of in a situation where they've got a couple of years, so they can try out Russ, probably realize that he's washed, and then play Jackson Dart next year. But
Yep.
also, honestly, again, I hate to just trash on the Giants, but when the Giants are bad, they're going to panic play Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I do think that's pretty likely, yeah.
And then, end of the day, unfortunately, it's still highly likely that the coaching staff gets fired and Dart has to start all over with a new coaching staff.
Yeah.
Because yes, they could make some huge moves in the draft and really make a difference, but I just don't think they have enough flexibility to make that happen and get that much better that much quicker. So
Yeah.
I don't have
Not
much
to worry,
faith
though.
in the Giants' leadership staying. That's just me.
I'm sure the Buccaneers will have an offensive coordinator ready to be a head coach at that point, so no
Josh
need to
Griswold,
worry
he's
there.
ready. Yeah, right.
They just keep cranking them out, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Canales technically came from Seattle first, though. Years in Seattle
fair.
and then 1 in Tampa. All right, here we go, Buffalo. Early, it's an edge rusher here, right? You rotate.
I think it has to be.
Zuraku's got great hands. I mean, he's got the length that Bosa has. I think he needs to work a little bit more on diversifying his pass rushing sets. But I think he's a good fit here. I think Sean McDermott has a great scheme here for Zuraku.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just hoping that the Titans can grab Emanwari. I think that'd be such a fun pick. They don't need safety that badly, but
you guys also have a Ravens descendant coach, don't you? Forgot his name. I believe he was.
Oh yes, yes, he was.
I don't remember his name. Why is it?
Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky. There it is.
Ooh. I don't hate that, actually. I actually really like that. He's a press bail corner. He's got great length. And he's gonna fit well in the cover 3 shell that McDermott runs. I like it.
They did just sign Tre'Davious White, though.
Well, but he's not a long-term starter. I mean, that's almost
Christian
the same situation
Benford,
as Bosa.
Dane Jackson, Teron Johnson, Tre'Davious White, and now Maxwell Hairston. I mean, that's a very deep pool of corners, in fairness.
It's the situation where they know White's not around for the long haul. Just like
oh my gosh,
we were talking
Kansas
about
City
with
just
Bosa.
traded with the Eagles.
What?
The Eagles are on the clock at 31. Kansas City traded 31 in exchange for 32 and 164. The Eagles are on the clock.
Why? Azuraku.
It's got to be. The Chiefs know they're going to tackle anyway, so they grabbed an extra pick.
They probably called.
No, but why trade? Why trade at all?
No.
Just swapping picks.
The strategy here, it's the same as what happened with Chicago a couple of years back.
You think they said, "Oh, we're going to take
Kansas City called Philly and said, "Hey, we're receiving calls that teams want Azuraku in the first round. We know you want edge. What are you willing to give us?" That's what happened. I guarantee it. Happens all the time. It happened with Jalen Carter. Ryan Poles called the Eagles and said, "Hey, I got teams calling about Jalen Carter. We're considering taking Jalen Carter. What will you give us for 1 pick trade?" And they did. It's not Kansas City threatening to take Azuriku. It's Kansas City saying other teams want him. Whether that's true or not, we will never know. We just know Philly got nervous and said, we'll take him. Now,
I mean, it could be the Raiders
insane,
trying to move up from 37. It could be the Titans trying to move up from 35.
could be the Bears.
It could be the Bears trying to move up from 39 or 41.
High second rounders. Maxwell Hairston. I'm happy with that, actually. I'm pretty happy. Unfortunately, Will Johnson is not a first rounder. That knee injury is significantly more severe than I think anybody realized. And that's tragic. That's horrible.
Yeah.
The two that surprised me the most, Shador and Will Johnson. Never expected them to not go in the.
I thought they were locks for the first round. I mean, early first for both.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I knew Johnson was going to drop because of that knee injury, but I expected, mid-20s at the latest. I certainly did not expect falling completely out of the first. And now I'm curious, if it's that bad, how much further does he go?
I have no clue. I mean, there's a chance, though, right, that he ends up being some steal. The Eagles pick is in, by the way. But Will Johnson could be a steal for some team down the line, right? If he ends up making a full recovery and somebody spends a third on him.
It's happened before. It's happened before.
Yeah.
Where a player, gets dropped because, they're injury prone or they just had one nasty injury and then some team gets them late and he ends up being a star. It's interesting because if you're looking at the corners still on the board, if you're weighing these corners versus a potentially no offseason Will Johnson, I'd take Trey Amos. I'd take Siobhan Ravel, Benjamin Morris, Azariah Thomas. I'd take Quincy Riley, possibly Denzel Burke, over a dangerously injured Will Johnson. If it's that bad, you're debating, is he missing? How much offseason is he missing, right? And if you're worried that he won't be back until week 1, middle of season, there's so many more corners that are worth more than him at this point. Not because of talent, but because they can walk. It's as simple as they can actually play right now. And that's horrible.
Yeah. Just as a side note, Patrick Mahomes posted on X just a minute ago, just the sunglasses emoji.
Yeah, it's Josh Simmons.
Just after trading down. I think it's got to be. It has to be Josh Simmons.
Josh Simmons. Josh Simmons is a high first round prospect who dropped because he's kind of a horrible person. No offense. Kansas City, they know they're good enough to deal with that. They're like, yeah, if you don't work with us, we'll just get rid of you. Goodbye. And Andy Reid trusts in his system and he trusts in his culture. And they've done it before. They'll do it again. And so Josh Simmons, I mean, that cue like Darth Vader music here, because like that's the NFL's worst nightmare for the Kansas City Chiefs to have protection from Mahomes again.
Yeah.
This good
and
protection.
Actual receivers on that team.
Yeah. It's a bad dream for sure, but it's the best dream for Kansas City. I mean, they're getting a stud tackle at 32. I mean, I say that, but we haven't gotten there yet. And at this point, everything I say is wrong. So
they'll get Will Johnson.
Shador.
Shador. Can you imagine?
Mini Mahomes?
Not really, though.
No, I know. I'm kidding. Not at all. Not anything like him.
All right. Well, they said the Eagles pick was in, and they went straight to commercial. So we're just kind of chilling.
We're on commercial, and there's not much to talk about at this point because I think it's a Azuriku for the Eagles. They lost a decent amount of edge, especially Josh Sweat. And
Josh Sweat.
Like Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I see the Eagles trading for him, possibly Mike Hall, but I think they prefer Azuriku's length and speed. And then I feel like at this point, it's unquestionable that KC gets Josh Simmons.
Yeah. Fascinating, that little swap, though. I did not expect that at all.
Again, it's as simple as somebody called in and or didn't, and the Chiefs just told them they did. It's happened before.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it was they traded what, a sixth rounder for it. I missed
Fifth,
what
I
it
think.
was. Okay. At the end of the day, that's not like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah,
The
a
Eagles
fifth.
a lot of picks this year. So all things considered, if I have to trade a fifth to get the edge that I want, the edge who pretty much perfectly fits my defense, I'd do it.
The edge
I'd
who
do it.
never should have fallen that far.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, the Eagles have 8 picks this year. They just traded which fifth was it?
164.
Okay, so it was their middle fifth. They've got 161, 164, and 165. So I
Wow,
mean, it's really
that's
not even
wild.
like, well, one of them is Houston's, Detroit's, and then Washington's, and then they've got a fourth, fifth, but it's at the very bottom of the round, and that's 168, which is
Gotcha.
theirs. Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, if it's not a Zuriku, I will be dumbfounded
Yeah,
because it should be. That's the fit
right.
here.
I don't see what else the trade up would be for.
And if it's Mike Green, I wouldn't entirely be surprised, but I feel like Azuriku is the better scheme fit here.
Yeah,
And
and it seems
he's
like Green fell for some reason that we're just not aware of.
yeah, I don't think it's his school. It can't be that far for school issue. I think there's got to be some injury that we don't know about. Oh wow,
All right, here comes the pick.
that is Jihad Campbell. It's already picked. You're behind
Oh
again.
shoot, I am behind again.
I'm not
Wow,
sure. I don't. I don't know about that.
really?
I they've been really solid at linebacker.
Yeah, I
Unless,
mean they just re-signed
yeah, I don't.
Bond, that big deal.
Hell yeah, and I mean Jihad Campbell's more of a Mike, and Nakobe Dean's at Mike. Nakobe Dean is an incredible Mike. So what exactly is the plan here? Uh, I mean, I don't
I
hate it
honestly think
scheme. He fits the
Campbell might be
scheme
a better Mike.
than Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, his play recognition is absolutely elite already.
Yeah, and we talked about, I mean, his ability to fit gaps and just recognize those plays. I like it. He might be better than Nakobe Dean. I mean, I can imagine him playing across from Zach Bond, and it's intriguing for sure.
That's
But
solid.
I'm surprised they didn't refresh their edge class here. I guess they're trusting in their draft picks from the last couple of years to kind of get them through that.
Interesting that they picked an Alabama guy though, and
Georgia.
not Georgia. Interesting. Okay, Ian Rappaport just said that they've been after Jihad Campbell pretty much the whole night, and they almost traded up to the Chargers pick to get him.
Ow. Maybe that's why the Chargers took so long to select.
Yeah, there's a good chance.
The Eagles were on the phone sitting there being like, what is it worth? And the Chargers probably said it was too much, and then the Eagles backed down. I'm surprised by a couple of these late picks.
Yeah,
Not bad in terms of scheme, but I'm definitely surprised. No, Campbell, I mean, he matches the physicality that Vic Fangio asks for from his linebackers, the
he
aggression.
does.
Um, I see the fit. I'm just not sure. I mean, I think he'll. I mean, the more I think about it, I mean, I think I can see him over Nakobe Dean, but I'm just curious now if they move on from Dean or if Dean becomes a rotational, a weak side linebacker. I'm very curious what they do with him because he is a talented player. I don't think it's
You think there's
fair to dismiss that.
you think there's any chance they deal him over the next couple days?
I could see it. I could definitely see it. He's got a little bit of an injury history, so he's not probably not worth as much as he could be. And what was he? He was a 22 draftee. So this is
That sounds
last
right.
year. So it'll be a 1 year rental, which isn't bad.
Yeah, but I mean, for some team that's looking at linebacker and
And the linebacker class this year sucks. So
yeah, I mean, maybe the Bengals. I could see maybe going for it.
the linebackers are the strongest part of the Bengals defense.
Are they? I
We got Jermaine Pratt
don't
and Logan
remember who
Wilson.
they've got.
Jermaine Pratt and
Oh
Logan
no,
Wilson.
that's true. That's true. Um, Who else needs linebackers?
I
Maybe
mean,
the
we were just talking
Panthers.
about Baltimore needing a weak side.
Yeah.
I don't know. They could look into it. That's something that I'm going to have to process when it's not 11:40, and I've been thoroughly bamboozled by the draft this year. There's a
Right.
lot that
Yeah.
made sense, and then there's a couple that I was just like, "What is happening?" Um, but yeah, I'll definitely do just a first round overview tomorrow afternoon. Just kind of go over who's where and what makes sense and what the fits are. And also, I'm going to try to dive into financials a little bit because that is another big factor in terms of where you take somebody and how that affects your
Yeah.
financials moving into the season. So I'll look into all that tomorrow. I might do a quick video on it.
Yeah. Yeah, so to everybody watching, I think next week we're going to end up recording and releasing a draft recap video. So we'll be going through all of the picks and talking about more surprising ones. The Kansas City Chiefs pick is now in, by the way. The ones that surprised us, the ones that we expected, our favorite picks, maybe some that we like a little bit less. We'll be going through all of that next week. We
Yeah,
need time to
no,
process
that's
all of this.
yeah, and I mean, we're also waiting for 6 more rounds to pass, and, I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, day 2 is my favorite part of the draft just because you see so much variation, and you see a lot more of very specific scheme type of stuff where your base, rankings don't really work anymore because it comes down to, okay, this corner is better at this specific thing. This, running back can do this thing, and it's a lot more specifics like that that you don't see as much with these top-tier players. Here's the Chiefs pick for the 32nd.
Josh Simmons. All right, cool. We got that one.
Yeah, no, like I said, that's a no-brainer. That is a high first rounder that they just got at 32. I'm pretty happy with that. Like I said, worst case scenario for every other team in the NFL because I'd say he's probably third or fourth tackle in the class in terms of ranking. He's a very good tackle, great lateral movement, strong at the point of attack. Uh, and yeah, Kansas City just got him for beans. They traded down and got him,
Yeah,
and
they got another
now they
pick
won't have
to
to.
get Simmons.
Now they won't have to run a center at left tackle in the Super Bowl. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, there's that. To those of you who are still here, I know we've lost a couple. It's late. We really appreciate you guys showing up, watching, being here. It means so much to us that you guys support us like this and that you want to pay attention to our content. Because we just love this stuff. It's we're passionate about it and we like doing it. And there's some some picks that we did not expect. And like I said, it is late and I am tired, but I wanted to do it. I mean, you guys make me want to do it. And I see the viewers and I see the subscribers and I see that the views on our videos and it makes me want to try harder and work harder. So we appreciate your time. And thank you guys so much for all of that. But like Braden said, we're doing the draft recap next week, so keep an eye out for that. We've got no video releasing this coming Monday just because we wanted to take a little bit of a break after this. But yeah, keep an eye out for that draft recap. Definitely leave your comments on it about the draft. Feel free to trash us for our thoughts in the middle of the draft because it definitely got pretty grimy there. All that
Yeah.
being said, thank you so much, and y'all get some rest tonight.